Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
What is the National Trauma Informed Debriefing? What is that called? What is it called?
Hello, Kate.
Hi, Alfredo. It's good to see you.
See you too. I'm back.
Yeah, I'm always glad when you're back.
Thank you.
I want to say the gang's all here, but the gang's not all here yet. I know earlier Audrey was having, good evening, good evening.
Hello, everyone.
Earlier Audrey was having some technical difficulties. So she said she may have to join us by phone because her computer and her laptop, she wasn't able to get on Wi-Fi. So if she doesn't make it, we understand. I'm glad to see all of you, and our order for tonight for our third verbatim. Woof! Oh, is it the
Fourth, Donna, don't
Is it?
take one away from us.
Ah,
I'm
okay, fine. It's your fourth verbatim. We're gonna do two verbatims, have our practice session, and then IPG, and then our final verbatims. So who would like to kick us off tonight?
May I quickly say that I have an issue when I forgot the light in my car. My battery is completely dead. So I just
Oh,
called
is it?
A. I called AAA. They are supposed to be here like 5:59 or 49. If I just put my thing off, it means I need to go show them my ID and everything for them to do. So I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
I can be the first if you want it.
All righty.
You let me, I could do that.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Audrey says she's on her way. Okay.
Ready? Because this is gonna be my last verbatim.
Yeah.
Finally, my very, very last one. Oh, I'm
Yes.
so glad. I'm happy.
Although you'll have to do another one for board certification, but don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Oh, don't tell me that, please. Oh, okay. It's not my last one. I'm sorry.
It's your last one with us.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, this one was my first visit, and I chose this Barbadan ring because it touched me very, very deeply. Being with a young mother facing the end of her life and expressing regret for her choices made me reflect on how to stay present with someone in pain without trying to fix or judge the situation. It also made me think about how faith can still be a source of hope even when someone feels disconnected from church or religion. My learning issue. Okay, this is a mother, 37 years old patient. He has a liver cirrhosis because she used a lot of alcohol. She has 7 kids between 6 and 14 years old, and she's having a hard time because of her choices. The learning issue is I want to focus on how to offer compassionate presence when patients struggle with guilty or self-destructive behaviors. Sometimes I feel unsure about how to balance empathy with honesty, how to be real with them without making them feel blamed or ashamed. I also want to learn how to help patients reconnect with God in a way that feels healing and not condemning. How can you help me? I would appreciate feedbacks on am I might have gone deeper into her spiritual pain without overwhelming her or myself. I'd like help exploring how to use silence, empathy, and prayer in moments when words are not enough. I also want to learn how to manage my own emotions when I see a patient suffering and feel powerless to change their situation. I'm not gonna read the outcomes or indicators. And this is the background. The patient was a 37 years old Hispanic mother with 6 children, the oldest being 14 and the youngest only 5. She had been diagnosed with liver cirrhosis due to heavily alcohol use. My supervisor told me that she has recently been removed from the transplant list because she continued drinking, and the doctors had informed her she might only have 3 months to live. Hearing that, I could already sense how much pain and disappointment she must have been carrying. When I entered her room in the critical care unit, the atmosphere felt heavy and quiet. The lights were dim, and the only sound was the state dipping on the heart monitors. She was lying in bed, connected to the IV lines, her face showing deep sadness and exhausted. There were no flowers, no cards, no signs or visitors, just a folded blanket at the edge of the bed and a small bag on the chair. The curtains were drawn and the television was off. I could feel the loneliness in the room, almost as if it had a presence of its own. I had been asked to visit here because I am the only Spanish speaking chaplain in the unit. As I stood by her bedside, I took a deep breath to ground myself before speaking. I wanted to approach her not to only to as a chaplain, but as another human being, aware of her suffering, her fear, and the sacredness of the moment. In the silence, I sensed both pain and quiet hope. A mother who refused to give up, fighting for her children despite everything she was going through. My personal status. When I asked Kate to visit the patient, it was in the middle of the day. I had been working on some notes on my computer, focused on somewhat tired but still grounded. When my supervisor told me about the situation, that the patient was a young mother, recently told that she had only a few months to live, I felt a deep sense of compassion raised in me. I also felt a certain weight in my chest, knowing that I would be walking into a room filled with grief, disappointment, and perhaps anger. Spiritually, I tried to center myself before entering. I took a quick moment of breathe, and to ask God to help me be fully present, not to rush or try to fix things, but simply to listen and hold the space where, wherever would unfold emotionally, I feel both empathy and a bit of apprehension. I wondered how I would respond if she was angry or hopeless. When I stepped into her room and saw her lying there alone, I felt my heart slow down. The silence of the room drew me in. It was almost sacred. I didn't feel indifference. Instead, I feel a genuine connection and sadness for her situation. I was aware of my own vulnerability too, realizing that her story could easily be any of ours if life had taken a different turn. In that moment, I wasn't just a chaplain. I was another human being sharing a fragile, secret space with someone facing the limits of life. My pastoral plan. The main purpose of my visit was offer spiritual and emotional support to the patient in her own language and to create a safe space where she could express her pain, fear, and hope without feeling judged. I knew from my supervisor that she had just received devastating news and that she might be struggling with feelings of guilty, anger, or despair. My goal was not to give answers, but to be present with her, to listen, to honor her story, and to help her connect with a sense of God's presence in the middle of her suffering. I hope that through gentle conversation, empathy, and prayer, she could feel sense of value, not only as a patient, but as a mother and as a person loved by God. I wanted her to know that even though that her situation was critical, she still had dignity, purpose, and in the ability to find peace in and meaning in her remaining time. To achieve this, I planned to enter the room slowly, to observe before speaking, and to let her lead the conversation. I tried to speak softly, using her name, and to, to communicate care to tone and body language. My intention was to listen more than talk, and when the moment felt right, to invite prayer as a way of granting both of us in God's presence. In my heart, my plan was simple to be a compassionate presence, to meet her where she was emotionally and spiritually, and to trust that God would work through that encounter in a ways beyond what I could control or see it. I'm gonna need both of you to help me because it's only Ali. Oh, it's not Alice anymore. Okay, how can we do that?
I'll do the chaplain.
Okay, I'm with the patients. Okay, because there's nobody else. Okay, anytime, okay. Thanks for your help.
Good morning. I'm the hospital chaplain. May I sit with you for a moment?
I wanted to approach gently. I felt respect and responsibility. Yes, that's fine. I sensed her tiredness and its truth. I took a breath to stay calm.
Thank you. How are you feeling?
I feel terrible. They told me I'm no longer on the transplant list. I felt sadness and compassion. Her voice conveyed frustration and helplessness. That must, that must have been very hard to her. I wanted her to feel hard and to feel heard and understood.
Are we switching? You want me to be the patient now? Just
If you
confirm.
wanted that, it's better. Be the patient, I can be the chaplain.
Okay.
Okay?
They don't
So,
understand. You want me to
She's
go?
only saying that
Yeah.
because you read the chaplain part. Did you read
Oh,
it by
yeah,
accident?
sorry.
Yeah, she didn't want to switch. She was just assuming.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Where do you want me?
Let's start with the chaplain, the number 3.
Okay, so keep being the chaplain, yes?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That must have been very hard to hear.
I wanted her to feel heard and understood. They do not understand what I'm going through. It's difficult. I acknowledge the complexity of addiction and her pain.
It's normal to feel misunderstood. I'm here to listen to you.
I wanted to offer a safe space without judgment. And now they are telling me I'm going to die. What I'm going to do about my what I'm going to do with about my children. Your despair touched me deeply.
It must be very painful to think about them. How many children do you have?
I wanted to stir the conversation toward what gave her meaning and hope. I have 6. The oldest is 14 and the youngest is 5. They are my life. I feel tenderness and sadness, all
It's,
too about the power of maternity love.
it's clear you love them very much.
I wanted to affirm her and help her connect with her strengths. Yes, but it's hard to think that I might to see them growing up, to not see them growing up. I felt helpless. I decided to pause in silence to allow her to process the pain. Silence for a moment. The silence was secret. I felt alone on my throat. I allowed myself to feel sadness and silent prayer for her.
It's natural to feel afraid. Have you been able to talk to God about how you feel?
After the silence, I felt it was the right time for something spiritual. I haven't talked to him in a long time. I haven't been to Mass in years. I felt that her vulnerability was opening upon an important spiritual space.
Even
Even
so, God is
yeah,
still with you, listening to your heart.
I felt calm and certain. It was a reminder for me too. I allowed her to cry freely. Do you really think God still heard me? Her honesty moved me. I felt the presence of the secret.
I'm sure of it. God is always present, even in pain.
I felt it was a moment of grace. I wanted to speak from the heart. I wish I could have faith again, but it's so hard. Her strength pained me. I remember how difficult it is to maintain faith in struggles.
We can ask Him together. Would you like to pray?
I feel a deep calm. This moment was charged with the secret. Yes, I need peace. I feel relief. I took a deep breath before beginning to pray.
Lord, we ask that you be with her, that you give her peace, strength, and hope.
I pray from the heart. I feel a deep connection with God and the passion. Thank you. That helps me a lot. I feel gratitude and humility. I saw how simply Jesus could comfort her. I am glad to hear that. How are you feeling now? I want to hear to reflect on her own emotional state. I read out again your part. Sorry.
Yeah, do you want me to reread it?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
I'm glad to hear that. How are you feeling now?
I wanted her to reflect on her own emotional state. A little calmer. All to the first is still there. I recognize that the healing is a process. I reminded to myself to be a patient.
It's natural to feel fear. I'm here to support you every step of the way.
I try to maintain a tone of presence and reassurance. My children's, I don't want them to suffer because of me. Her maternal concern deeply moved me.
They feel your love, and that gives them security, even when you're not physically near them.
I wanted to reaffirm her importance and connection with her children. Sometimes I feel guilty for everything I've done wrong. I feel empathy and also a reminder of the need for radical compassion.
We all make mistakes. God invites us to come closer with our hearts, not with perfection.
I thought about how faith can be a source of reconciliation and peace. Whisper, I am afraid to face reality. Her voice made me feel the absolutely vulnerability of the moment.
It's okay to feel afraid. I'm here with you. You don't have to face it alone.
I feel calm and present. I try to support her with my voice and gossip. Thank you. That gives me some relief. His truths remind me of the importance of silence and empathy presence.
How do you feel?
A little calmer, although I am still afraid. I recognize the spiritual healing is gradually and that my role as to companion here.
That's okay. We can keep talking or just be silent, whatever you need.
I feel that offering options reinforce her autonomy and dignity. Thank you. Being alone for a moment will help me a lot. I feel humility, humility and gratitude. I understand the power of silence, presence, and compassion.
Well, God bless you. See you soon.
Uh, in this visit, the patient was experiencing a profound sense of loss and fear. Split, she expressed anger and frustration toward the hospital for removing her from the transplant list, feeling that her private life was being judged. She also voiced deep concern for her children, wanting to remain alive to care for them. Implicitly, I perceived a mixture of guilty, shame, and despair stemming from her awareness of the role her continued alcohol usage played in her health situation. The patient's perception of her situation seems complex. On one hand, she was angry at external authorities for interfering in her life. On the other hand, she carried internalizing guilty for his choice. She appears to feel trapped between her desires to survive for her children and her recognition of the sequence of her actions. Her emotional concerns were both personal, fear of dying, regret, shame, and interpersonal, worry about leaving her children, concern about how others might judge her. Despite the intensity of her emotions, she demonstrated personal resources and silence. Her love for her children was a powerful motivator and source of hope. She expressed faith in God, even if it was currently distant, which suggested a spiritual resource she could reconnect with. Her ability to articulate her feelings, even when the pain, indicated a willingness to engage and reflect, which is a positive coping mechanism. During the visit, she expressed a range of feelings: sadness, fear, guilty, worry, and love. These were frequently showing vulnerability and the need of comfort. At the same time, she expressed determination and hope through her statement about fighting for her children, indicating an internal strength that could be natural through pastoral care. Recalling in my emotions. During this visit, I became deeply aware of my own emotions as I sat with the patient. At first, I felt a sense of heaviness and sadness, anticipating the pain she had endured and the challenge she faced. There was also a subtle tension within me, a kind of apprehension about entering a situation filled with grief and uncertainty. I was conscious of wanting to say the right word, yet understanding the presence was more important than the solution. As the conversation unfolded, I noticed feeling of empathy and compassion rising strongly. Her vulnerability, her tears, and her honesty touched me deeply. At the same time, I became aware of my own vulnerability. My heart aches for her, for the reality for her illness, and for the potential suffering of her children. I felt a protective and nurturing instinct toward her, wanting to affirm her dignity and provide comfort, yet also needing to hold myself steady so as not to be overwhelmed by her pain. Toward the patient, I felt respect, empathy, and profound sense of responsibility. I wanted to honor her story and her feelings without judgment. Towards the situation, I experienced a mixture of sadness and hope. Sadness for the reality of her illness and choice, and hope in the resilience and love she expressed for her children and her willingness to engage with God. This encounter reminded me that pastoral care is as much about holding presence and witnessing suffering as it is about offering guidance or comfort. My emotions were a companion to the patient's help, uh, helping me to be present authentically, will also uh, calling me to reflect on my own limits, my faith, and my capacity to accompany others in the sacred moments. Okay, this is my evaluation. I'm gonna go to my spiritual assessment. In assessing the passion spiritual need, I focus on both explicit statement and spiritual cues from her verbal and non-verbal communication. She openly shared feelings of guilty, fear, and concern for her children, which suggests a need for emotional containment and spiritual resources. Implicitly, her tearfulness, quiet demeanor, and the way she avoided a contact at the time indicates distress, vulnerability, and a longing for connection, and a longing for connection, both human and divine. I use a holistic spiritual assessment approach, drawing from the Hope framework, source of hope. Although the framework guide me assessment, I adapt it fluidly to her current emotional state, prioritizing presence and empathy listening over structure questioning. my theological spiritual. In this visit, how long I have it? Okay. In this visit, my theology and personal spiritual deeply informed the way I approach the patient. My belief in the sacredness of human presence guide me to prioritize being fully present over offering solution. I was reminded that the pastoral care is fundamentally about witnessing suffering, holding space, and accompanying others in the divine mystery. I encountered the holy in both the patients and me, in her vulnerability, the thirst, the honesty, the longing to connect with God. I witnessed a glimpse of the secret, her love for her children and her hope, even amidst fear and despair, reflect a spiritual resilience that felt profoundly sacred. For me, being fully attentive to her pain allowed me to recognize God's presence in the room, not as an abstract idea, but as something tangible in sharing human and empathy. My faith was both challenged and dependent. I was confronted with the reality of human suffering, guilty, and mortality, which reminded me that the pastoral care often involves sitting with mystery and unanswered questions. At time, I felt the tension between my desire to comfort and the need to simply be present, which challenged me assumption about what it means to be a helpful chaplain. Drawing on my own Catholic upbringing, I reflect on them of grace, redemption, and God's presence even in brokenness. The imagery of light in darkness, forgiveness, and hope for renewal informed my words and prayer. I was reminded that God's presence is not contingent on perfection of frequent ritual practice. It is accessible even to those who feel distance from faith. The encounter depend, depend, depend my understanding of relational and spiritual nature of care. I realize that my role is not to fix, judge, or explain, but to participate in the sacred space of another person's journey, allowing God to work through presence, listening, and empathy. It strengthened my conviction that the pastoral care is both a mystery of the heart and a practice of attentive spiritual, where the divine is encountered in moments of sharing vulnerability. I'm going to stop there.
Oh, I think that's a good idea to give us an opportunity to have some conversation with you. Thank you, Alfredo.
Yeah, I can tell you that it was so hard for me to be there. It wasn't an easy conversation because she is a young woman, 37 years old, and I meet a couple of her kids in the process. She is still in the hospital. Okay, but that was my first conversation with her, and I tried to do my best in this verbatim to transmit what I feel and what I'm doing. And I
May I ask a quick clarifying question?
yes,
On number 6 in bold type, you said in your spiritual assessment,
yeah,
she openly shared feelings of guilt, fear, and concern for her children, which suggested a need for emotional containment. Can you tell me what that means to you, emotional containment?
yeah. For me, that means that she was deeply, deeply concerned about her children's. And for me and my understanding, I try to let her express the pain that she feels and the concerns. Okay, I don't want to bring some kind of solutions. Just try to receive what she has to say and don't say nothing about it. Just contain those, have the ability
Okay,
to feel
thank you.
without saying nothing. Yeah.
Thank you.
You want me to open the Verbatims, or you want me to close, or what you want me to do?
Kate, as you're giving feedback, I think Alice is back. Do you all want him to close it or open it?
I think the open is fine for me.
Okay.
I like one thing I noticed in particular that I like you did, I think 3 times at least, maybe more. Like in C7, an affirming statement, and then a question, an affirming statement, and a question. So it was in your description of emotional containment that you just gave, receiving a thing and then prompting a thing, which I thought you did really beautifully, Alfredo. So I'm glad to have that modeling as I just follow your verbatim along. Thank you. And then one thought I have, and maybe it's just a curiosity, maybe your context versus mine, but if her greatest pain was in connection with her kids, I'm just curious why you didn't talk with her more about that piece of things. I don't know if it would be appropriate in your space or if it would be if there was something else going on. You asked, I think, the age range, you had the age range. And then I'm just curious why you didn't take that. Like, oh, can you just tell me a little bit about each one of them? What makes them wonderful? Would you do that or no? So you
Yes, I could do that. I surely could do that. It's another way to follow, because I try to be in his situation of her pain right there. Because for me, the main point for me, and I try to go on that line with her, is, and I do not write too much about the sadness that she has, it because she thought the hospital interfering and the way they tear her from the list of the donors, because the truth is she was on the list. So the hospital who is gonna do the transplant called the hospital to see what's the situation, because the organ was ready for her. So the hospital told them she's not ready. And she wasn't ready because when the hospital who is gonna do the transfer told her, okay, you're gonna be in the list, but you cannot drink anymore. She started drinking.
gotcha. So it sounds like this opportunity for really life was like right there.
Exactly.
And then she didn't get it. So she's
Yeah,
dealing with that grief of a lot in addition to just the hospital piece.
exactly.
Okay,
So
thank
I
you.
I talked to her and another, because she's still in the hospital. I decided to do this barbarian, but I already saw her 4 times more. Every day I saw her and I have a conversation, and I work with the hospital and with her mom to bring her kids to saw her, because in the eyes of the doctors she's not gonna make it. Why? Because her liver has cirrhosis, but they are treating the cirrhosis of her liver, but his damage, the the sickness that she has it is damaged his kidneys, her heart, her stomach, and is not gonna make it because the heart is not gonna hold it. So, but yeah, in this verbatim, I could do that, of course. Of course, you are right. Okay, go more deeper in a different areas.
Would you like to try it right here to role play it between P7 and C8, where you could actually use the containment and try what you said you could do? It's up to you. You might not be comfortable, I understand.
Not really. I
Okay.
can tell you.
What is it?
I think he's done.
Okay, pay it and let him go.
Okay.
Give him my card. Pay it, please. I cannot come right now. I cannot come right now. Just pay it and thank him and let him go. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know the mic was on. My daughter is handling the issue with the car. Alfredo, thank you so much. I can see through the verbatim how much your orienting system, and you preface it before I had left, your deep compassion for the situation, and that's why you brought the verbatim forward.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then I can see how your orienting system, as not only a chaplain, a pastor, a father, is really shaping the conversation, and you are all in that sense.
Yes.
So thank you for that compassion and empathy is there full blown. And that's why she could feel and that need in the end for you praying with her. She could openly tell you in Peter, and yes, I need peace. So yes, so it runs through the entire verbatim, the conversation. I have again, I want to preface it by saying this is really shaped by your orienting system, and in my explain the reason why in P7 see in P7, yes, P7, then she respond in P8. What's that? Please. Ariel, what is it?
Do you want to make it a little bit larger, Alfredo?
What did you say?
So it'll be
If you
P7.
can't come, do we still leave it?
There you go. I think she said P7.
Yeah, in P7, that the whole conversation with bringing in God, because I remember our conversation last time that the intersection between pastoral care and spiritual care was fine as long as it is the care recipient that is initiating the request for prayer, is initiating the bringing God into the conversation, and it's not us
Exactly.
bringing God into the conversation. And in this particular case, it was you that is bringing the God talk in there. And like in C7 is it says it's natural to feel afraid. Have you been able to talk to God about how you feel? Then obviously she answers, I haven't talked to him for a long time. Then you move to the next one. Even so, God is still with you, listening to your heart, which Donna would always tell me, now you are interpreting what is happening. So I'm essentially using Donna's thing in my head to anyway. Then it is wish for then you said, even so God is still with you, listening to the listening to your heart, and said, do you really think God is still with me? Say, I'm sure God is always present, even in pain. So I really do understand that at that moment, given the situation that you saw at hand, you felt in your heart through the lens of your own orienting system that that is what she needs. But I
Yeah.
wonder why you didn't find a way to nurse her on so that she is the one doing the God talk and you are coming in besides her and walking besides her as she articulate that all through to the point where you pray.
It's a really good question because in the beginning I know she's Catholic. Okay,
Mhm.
that's why I bring that. I bring a specific topic about her faith, about mass. Okay, and I bring that because of that. And the chart I read, she's a Catholic, so I bring it up that, and I thought it was a good moment to bring her faith on her because Catholic is not my faith. It's not my belief system. Catholic is her belief system,
Mhm.
something that she believes. So I try to bring her belief system to the conversation. That's what I'm trying to do it. And
What is her belief?
her belief,
What is her belief about God and her?
well, I can see in the Verbatims her belief system about God. Like she say, have you been able to talk to God how you feel? And she start answering me, I haven't talked to him in a long time. I haven't been to mass in a year. She was the one who bring the mass in
So
the
her
conversation.
belief system about God in this moment is what?
It's about it's not that she feel abandoned. It's about that her belief about God in that moment is that she's far away from him.
So we don't have the benefit of your whole conversation because here, if I only went from what's here, I actually don't know what her belief system is about God. I haven't talked to him in a long time. I haven't been to mass in years. Can you say more about that? Because
Okay.
I might interpret what you just
You're
said.
right. Yeah.
She has not said that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I got you. All right.
Go over with some additional time for reflection since I don't think Audrey's gonna make it. So we can have a little more time. Alfredo, I mean, it is so clear you are trying to withhold your fixing.
Yes.
You care for her, you have compassion for her, for the situation. What do you think is happening in C10?
Yeah, I tried to fix it because she answered me this,
Mm-hmm.
and I tried to fix with this.
Yeah. Can you say more about that now? You're reading that, you're saying, I don't want to do that. And then you're going, oh my goodness, that's exactly what I did. Just talk to us about
Well, okay,
how
this is
that
the thing. I
feels.
was
What's
deeply,
happening?
deeply touched by her situation, and I was fighting inside of me. Okay, how can I be fully present? That's why my questions in the beginning, okay, the help I needed is that if I really do, okay, if I really be fully present and have compassion, okay, this what I read, okay. I like to exploring how to use silence, empathy, and prayer in moments when words are not. So I try to fix because I see the little one and I been deep touched by her, by the little one. And I try to be aware of that and not fix, but somehow I try to use the belief system, okay, and me, because I was Catholic and I know how does this work. And I try to implement in the conversation, try to rescue her, okay? Because I try to rescue her because I believe inside of me I feel like I don't say persecuted, but I can say I feel like what is the other one? Victim. And somehow I feel like that. So I try to respond to that because I feel that I don't know what to do. Okay. And I try to do something when I don't have to do nothing. I don't know if I explain myself.
Yeah, that's you explain yourself. That's very hard. And I think even your goal of how to use silence is insightful.
Yeah,
Um, and that's using silence. It's saying nothing.
yeah,
Just be silent.
yeah,
It's hard. It's so
yeah.
hard.
Wasn't
Yeah.
easy. I can tell you, wasn't easy for me. I tried to be fully there. Okay, try to let her guide the conversation, but it wasn't. That's why I bring this verbatim. See, that's exactly why. Because I feel that I have to fix a lot of things, but I don't know where I made that. I don't want to say the mistakes. I took the wrong decision. I can say that. Yeah, or the wrong paths. Okay, and
I think I agree with you. That mistake
yeah,
language, I'm glad you're not using that. Silence, that was sort of your thinking, is silence. You're
yeah,
just absolutely silent. And the recognizing that you were fixing, and even in the moment, I'm trying to rescue, that's half the work right there, to just recognize it, you
yeah.
know? So, that's excellent that you were able to do that. And I really want to encourage you, just because there's a religion on the chart, or even if they say, I am some
Uh,
religion, that is not an opening for a spiritual conversation. So I want to encourage you to not see that sign that way anymore.
okay,
It is a statement,
okay,
and it's an opening for curiosity,
okay,
where you get to say, what does that mean to you? Or is that important to you? Or say more. But it's
okay,
not an opening to talk about God, to go for prayer, to offer your theology. Just think of
oh,
it as an opening for curiosity.
curiosity.
Oh, what does
Okay,
that mean to you? and stop.
Oh.
I haven't been
Oh.
to Mass in forever. What does that mean to you?
All right. Okay.
Blah, blah, blah. So
Yeah.
that's my 2 cents. Because I feel you. You're like, tell me something.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you.
Your gut
Yeah.
was right. Your gut was right on target. Yeah. This is a difficult one.
Yeah, is it?
I like just like Kate, I would have loved to hear more about the children, because I was also feeling it's pervasive. It's the topic of children is pervasive. That is all she really care about,
Mhm.
And there's always some sort of how would I say? I should say it really nice. This juncture between that love for children and her refusal for treatment that will she did not seasons treatment that will prolong being with the children.
Mm.
If I understood correctly, maybe I misunderstood something. If I misunderstood, please help me understand.
No,
Uh,
you're correct.
so the
You're correct.
probing I would have loved to hear more about that. To tell more, what does that mean to you? Maybe to probe, to see what does it really mean? Because just from your video, which is all we do, we select conversation. Nobody comes here with full conversation.
Yeah.
I hear the desire and love and fear all surrounding children, but I don't see any action, anything that tells me I really do care about that children.
Mm.
So there's some disconnect there that I would have really loved to hear.
Yeah, no, I don't follow that line about the childrens. I follow the next day, but not in that conversation. Not in that moment.
I'd like to just follow Alice with that and say in my space, I come across all the time regrets for things not said to each other in situations like this. So a mom passes away, a kid grows up, becomes an alcoholic. They're talking about all of this. So what made me think of it is there's not so much that can be done in this space, but sometimes just putting the words from inside of you to outside of you. Like, I love my daughter because she's fierce and wonderful and kind. And then you say, oh, have you ever told her that? And she's like, no, I haven't. But it just sometimes it's like the link to a thing. And sometimes those words can be healing on both ends if they're able to be said. And we
Yeah.
can be a practice space for it. That's just my thought.
No, thank you. All the feedbacks, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that is really, it's powerful, Kate. It's like, yeah, some kind of probing too might help her to realize, wait a minute, I've not told them this. Let me call my children and tell them this. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, we do that. We told her if she want to see her children, she said yes. So we brought her children's, and her children stayed with her for a couple of hours with her, with the grandma, because with the grandma is another dynamic, another barbarian, another scenario with her, because she's the one who take the medical decision for her, and we are having a hard time with her. And we are right now in an ethical situation with the mom, because the doctors already told them that they don't want to do anything else, because if they do something with her, they're gonna damage her more than they help her. But the mom refused. The mom wanted them to do more than they can do it, because the mom expect a miracle. And this another dynamic, this another scenario Yeah, it's an easy. It's an easy. But yeah, the children's already been there with her.
How are you doing now, Alfredo?
I try to let everything in the war, but tomorrow I have to see the mom because I don't have the time. She refused to have the appointment. So finally she's gonna be in the meeting with the doctors and the nurses, but she's refusing to accept that her daughter is not gonna make it. And she's still waiting for a miracle. And last week I spoke to you about this, but she didn't show up in the appointment until this Friday. Not tomorrow, this Friday. So what the doctors are telling me that they do not want to pursue with any more treatments because they say they still doing the treatments, they're gonna kill her. And that's the concern they have it. The man want them to do something that they thought if they do it with the patient, they're gonna kill her. And the doctors refuse to do that. We can,
So I just want to observe
yeah.
that I asked you how you're doing, and you began to tell me how you think the mother's doing and what the doctors are concerned about. I just make that observation.
I'm not feel very, very good. And some points I don't know what to do, what to say, how handle the situation, or how handle my emotions. Because in some point inside of me, I want to do more than just been there. See? And I haven't struggled with that.
So you
And I have
write,
to know that I have to be fully present
right?
without let my emotions be involved.
Okay. So, but you can be aware of your emotions.
Exactly. That's
Yes.
all I can do, be aware.
So what does it mean to you to not let my emotions be involved?
That means I have to be aware that she's the one. How can I explain? Okay, I have to be aware that it's not about me, it's about her. It's not about my belief system, it's about her. And I believe with that's made me the freedom to do my job, my assessments more correct, more efficient.
Okay, it looked like you were getting ready to say something.
No, I'm just honestly thinking about how hard that is for Alfredo. And Alfredo, I know you weren't able to come last week. Donna just mentioned that you had something hard going on. We didn't know anything, but I'm just kind of thinking back over the week for you and just what a weight it is to carry something like this personally and professionally and emotionally. And we just love our people so much. And it's like, ugh. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry this week has been so hard for you. And I'm really glad that she has you for her chaplain, that you're in the middle of all this.
All I can tell you, Kat, is I have 4 patients like this that I have to handle because they speak Spanish only. In a different situations and a different scenarios per heart. So that's why last week I have to take some days off. And I take 4 days off on my work. I call my supervisor, I need some days to read. Perfect.
Do you have thoughts about,
The what?
do you have thoughts about that you can share with us about your statement? I have 4 cases like this and they only
Yeah,
speak
I have 4
Spanish,
cases.
so I have to do it.
For example, I have to deal with I was called in another hospital to support a family because the 22 years old daughter had a heart attack and died. When I get to the hospital, I find out that the girl died in the funeral of her grandma. So when I get to the hospital, there's too many people, about 40 people outside the hospital and in the room. And there were 2 kids, one 11 years old and 14 years old, who in the same date lost the sister and the grandma. And I saw the daughter who lost her mom and her daughter. And wasn't easy also. I have to talk with the 2 kids, 11 years and 14 years old. And the next day I have to be in a code white. Code white is when a kid in an NICU is having a heart attack. So I have to be in ED waiting for the girl arrived, 18 months, year old, arrived to the ED with a paramedics give it to her CPR. The doctor approached to myself and told me it's not gonna make it. We have to be ready to help the parents who are in their weight.
So Alfredo, part of what I'm hearing you navigate is that maybe I wonder if external forces, the hospital, the Spanish speaking component, are putting you in a certain position that may even include they're trying to make you the fixer, not make you, but putting you in a certain position, and that's adding to it.
Yeah, because in the situation with the mom, they want me to go, okay, and try to help the mom to understand the situation. They put me in that situation. Yes, they put me in that situation to try to tell the mom that nobody can do nothing anymore. They helped her to accept it, and I refuse to do that. I refuse to go and manipulate the mom. And I told them I'm gonna go to see her to see how she felt, but I'm not gonna say nothing to her. If she want to do anything she want for her daughter, I'm gonna use to support her, to be with her. But I cannot go. And somehow the doctors and the nurses want me to go and try to pursue the mom, to give up. And I cannot do that. I'll not be there for that. My reason to be there is to spiritual support only. And yeah, that's true. I am the only one who speaks Spanish, and when the people doesn't speak Spanish, I'm the one. I'm the only one of 6 chaplains in the hospital who speak Spanish, and a community where the 75% of the patients on the hospital speak Spanish.
So how do you feel about that?
I feel tired. I feel tired because they hired two new chaplains who doesn't speak Spanish. And I said, why you do that? I'm sorry, because in this area, you need more chaplains who speak Spanish.
I appreciate you're tired. Any anger in there?
Yes, of course. And sadness, anger, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the way to fix the things. I can feel it, but I can hold it also.
You can feel it, but you can do what?
I can hold the anger in me
Ah,
because I don't want the anger on me lead me because I'm going to destroy everything. I allow myself in the secret space to be angry, be upset. To say myself what I'm going to do it, what I can do it in the right way.
I want to offer you what you offer your patients. How do you say it? You say it's normal to feel anger in this situation.
Yeah,
And just affirm the anger, the frustration, whatever other emotions you're feeling, and they're real and there's room for them. And I
yeah,
appreciate your process of how you're working through it. And I just want to acknowledge this is a difficult situation. And
yeah,
when you're being put in a fix it role, it's hard to not fix everywhere you go because that's the role you're being put in.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's nice.
And it's pretty bold to say, I'm not going to do that to the medical staff. That's not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not. It's not, but for me, it was the right thing to say.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it.
Well, affirm
Yeah,
your
because I am the spiritual person, not them. And I have to understand that.
Yeah. This was a lot. Thank you so much for sharing it here. And I know some of the feedback was helpful. I
Yeah.
know the sharing is helpful for all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo.
Yeah.
Let's take a 10-minute break right here.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you. Thank you. so much for your timely return that you decided when you wanted to go tonight.
Oh, I would love to go next if that's an
Okay.
option, if Alice is okay with that.
Okay. Okay.
It's easier with just 3 because then we aren't going until the late night.
It is easier with
Although, of course, we miss Audrey, but
3.
just the
Audrey
logistics.
text, I'm gonna be there tonight, but she meant to text, I'm not gonna be there tonight.
Mm,
I just texted her back and said, I just figured this out. I think you meant to say I'm not gonna be here. So yeah, Alice. Oops. I like Alice's chair. Kate would like to go next. Is that good with you?
Perfectly fine.
Okay.
thank you. All right, hang tight just a minute here. The other thing I'll say is I'm covering call for my coworker who got sick today. I don't have to pick up the call while I'm presenting, but at some point I might have to deal with it if it comes. So just a heads up if I'm odd on my end. That's why. All right. Okay, so first I will say just a couple of things to beg your grace on. I changed my formatting based on how I tried it last week, and it didn't really work. So I'm trying a new thing this week because last week Audrey and Alice both said that it was kind of smashed together. So I tried spacing things out a little bit differently, giving a little bit more of a layout feel. So I would love just your feedback on that. If you like it, I kind of put extra thoughts in there too, like just processing. And the other thing I did is just kind of bring a little more backstory into it because in jail we work with these guys sometimes for years. I mean, the people that have been there the longest have been there 10 years, thanks to California prison policy. So sometimes we get to know a person. So I just tried that out to see if it was helpful. And then the reason I chose this particular verbatim is because my job overlaps with a lot of things, and one in particular is advocacy. We have opportunities for it. And so just to kind of give some context, corrections has what's like an older model, which is where you do a crime and you go do your time and you just do your time and you go out and don't do that crime again. That's kind of the traditional jail model. And then this model that the county I work in is trying to implement is more of a kind of a restorative justice model. So they're constantly trying to find ways to build people up while they're in. So even if they go out and come back in, maybe there's a new degree or a new certification or a new opportunity. So it does give us a little bit of wiggle room when it comes to advocacy in a way that lock them up and don't talk to them doesn't. So that's kind of one of the scenarios that came into play here. So I thought I would bring this one for that particular reason. Yeah, this one had me think a lot about my context, a lot about my engagement style. I'm sure there's a lot that I could have done better in it, but I thought this group in particular would be wonderful to learn from in all of that. So really, I'm just hoping, especially that you'll point out things I don't see, just ways I'm thinking about things that could be better. So most significantly, this guy was a young Black man. His background here is I wrote the background plan and I'll read it because I think it's important to the story. And he and I have talked several times before, so I kind of know it. He and I have spoken before. In all honesty, I really like this guy. At his core, he's very sweet. Based on past interactions, I believe he has a bit of a learning disability. His backstory is this: his first childhood memory is of standing by a car while a robbery was going on. He can still visualize the guns. His parents were addicts, both died. His aunt took him in. There were ups and downs. Eventually, he got a football scholarship to college and played with rising football stars. He felt this was a dream come true for him. One drunk night, he made poor choices, lost his scholarship, and his life went downhill from there. He took up drugs and ran away from his aunt and showed up in my writing class about a year ago. So I think I've mentioned before that I teach a writing class in what we might call the hole, like a space where just hard people are going through hard things and they're sort of coming in from whatever it is that they came in. For months, he did not write a thing, just watch the soothing videos on the class TV. This is a perfectly okay option. I always tell guys they're welcome to space out or color or do what they like as long as they're respectful of others. It's meant to be healing time. Then finally, he hands in a paragraph. It's about 3 sentences long and it's heartbreaking. After that, he and I start talking regularly, I should say. Eventually, we work together to move him into a programming dorm so he can take a full schedule of classes, his wish. So we have dorms where no classes are offered and dorms where things like GEDs or high school diplomas or even college degrees are offered, but they're separate because not everybody wants to work for that. Some people just want to do their time and go on. So I teach the class in a dorm with no programming, and he moved to programming. For months, he seems at peace, as much as one can be in the space. Then I get a request from him. His aunt has died. Can I come and see him? I do, and he has a lot of heartbreak, especially because their last conversation was a fight about his drug use right before he came inside. He feels alone in the world. He has no one to call while he's here. We keep talking and he shares his brokenness and asks to move back into the original dorm where he and I met, a non-programming dorm with no structure, but it's pretty quiet and stable. Facility management has already asked for my thoughts on this since he made a formal request. He's been doing very well in the programming dorm. Technically around here, it's a step back. The facility looks at it that way, as a lack of structure often makes things challenging for addicts. After B&H discuss his perspective in detail, I support his choice. I understand why he wants it. From my perspective, it seems like he needs a season of rest and healing. I confirm that with admin, and he is moved. Back in the dorm, he continues to engage with my class. Then he's involved in an incident. As part of the incident, he's tased and moved to a separate isolation space. He's rightfully upset. He reaches out to me after the taser incident. This is our subsequent conversation. And I'll add for verbatim clarity that one quality I really admire about him is he's very good at helping others work through conflict. He's a thick guy, pretty big guy with lots of tattoos, but he's gentle at heart and well respected. All right, we got an inmate and a chaplain.
I'll do the inmate, but I'm going to read on this other screen.
Alfredo, you okay to be the chaplain?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay. He sits down from me and opens the conversation.
Thank you for coming, chaplain.
Thanks for reaching out. How are you feeling today?
Not good.
Thinking of our mad, sad, glad, afraid exercise with Donna this week, I try to learn more.
What does not good feel like to you?
I'm spending all my time thinking about revenge. Every minute I'm in my cell. Every minute I'm out of my cell. I don't want to think like this, but I can't turn my brain off.
I keep my response to the mad, sad, glad, angry framework I'm practicing this week. Simple feeling words, both for him and for my ability to focus on the immediate now of this conversation, rather than follow his query of the revenge line, or rather than query his revenge line for now.
Would mad be a good word to describe what you're feeling?
I'm hazarding a guess.
Yes.
What made you feel mad?
Everything is unfair.
He gushes out the story of the taser incident from his point of view. He's not wrong. It is unfair. I'm not going to share details, but I agree with him. I feel affronted by the injustice in his story.
Now I'm in this other cell block where there is nothing, no class, no rest. They say I can't move back because I have this new charge. I keep trying to tell them what really happened, but no one listens to me.
This is awful. I'm sorry this happened to you, B.
I pause and look him squarely in the eyes for about 3 seconds, hoping to let my words sink in. I want him to know I hear him and I'm listening to him.
Chaplain,
Sorry, did I miss a line? Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Sorry, that should say, oh, sorry, it kept going from Chaplain 10.
Yeah. So it's going right here. Okay. I am glad you told me about this experience from your perspective because now I have a better picture. You and I both know this charge is not who you are. You are fair with so many people around you. And it sounds like you just want that same fairness for yourself.
yes.
He looks at me and I can see hopefulness in his eyes. I feel grateful that he reached out to me to connect and talk about this. I also feel outraged by the injustice at all, so I've spoken my last few words firmly to try and establish that I'm on his side. I don't know if the way I've used my voice matters to him, but just in case I do it anyway. I also don't want to get overwhelmed myself by systemic injustice in ways that derail this 20-minute conversation.
Question for you. When you say they, what do you mean?
He lists the people who worked with me to accommodate him before. I know them all and have good relationships with them. I sense my power for advocacy in his scenario, so what do I do next? I'm also thinking about CPE and how to prompt a person to shift perspective without feeling like I'm forcing something. This is new learning ground for me, so I want to be careful and thoughtful regarding how I try it out in this room with this man. I can try to be extra thoughtful. If I steer him, I'm a white woman. He's a black man, and in our context, that carries deep and ugly roots. How to balance it.
What did you ask me to come and talk with you?
This question may sound cynical. Men in jail have observed that I can sometimes shift power dynamics in their favor, so they try to use me to their advantage. I know B well, and if I'm considering pushing against administration on his behalf, I want to discern how he plans to be part of the process. My eyes and ears help me check authentic response here. I feel cautious, but it's a professional cautiousness. I also feel open.
You helped me a lot before, getting my words out about my case, about my backstory, when my auntie died.
Once again, I'm struck by the softness in him. I know he struggles with anxiety based on past conversations, and I know how hard he worked to put together his very short paragraphs for class. His first instinct in his response to me was to look back at what we've done together, not tell me what he needs me to do for him going forward. His attempt at relationality seems sincere and not manipulative. I feel tender towards his vulnerability and desire to team up, and professionally, I'm convinced he's reaching out here in good faith.
Okay, so what are your words?
I want another chance. I made a mistake. I was scared, but I don't think I was the only one in there who made mistakes. I need to go to a dorm where people will help me, not just stick me in a cell and ignore me. I had a hard time after my auntie died, and I'm still having a hard time. But I'm not violent. I'm defending myself, and I don't think it's fair to give me another charge because of this. I've been walking through my other charges for a long time, and this is the first time anything like this has happened while I've been in jail.
Ugh, I feel my sense of injustice rise again. He's already been through a lot. Administration should listen. I'm tempted to direct my anger towards the system right alongside him, but we've got to come up with a plan to work through this current issue together. And I know simmering in each other's anger would derail time together. One step at a time, Kate.
Those are great words, but you are right. Around here, not many people listen when you say them. How could you say your words so people will hear them?
Don't know. I thought maybe you could talk to all of them for me.
He's not wrong, but I can't rescue him. Plus, around here, it's not wise for a chaplain to stick a nose into classification issues. Classification, I did this for you all, deals with crime categories, locations, enemies, and facility, etc. So there's a lot of complexity to what they cover that's outside the scope of my chaplaincy knowledge and role. B's suggestion isn't a helpful one in this situation, and I know it. I don't want to close this door too hard. I want to encourage him to keep thinking.
I could, but that often causes trouble around here. Almit doesn't like us chaplains to tell them what to do. And truthfully, if you want my honest opinion, I think your voice is more important for administration to hear than mine. How can you and I work together to get your words out? Do you think?
I'm trying to help him feel like I'm on his team, and asking him to problem solve at the same time. Is my language okay? I think so.
Well, I could write a letter like we did in class.
I feel excited that he came up with this idea on his own. Now, for more confidence building,
Excellent plan. How can I help you with your plan?
You could help me choose words so people understand me.
I feel glad about his choice of words here to me. He's spoken of himself as a central figure in this plan, and he's telling me how I can and should help him.
Helping you choosing words that I can do. What else? This I can do. What else?
Probably you could give me extra paper so if I mess it up, I could write it again.
I can.
How do we know anyone will even read my letter?
My heart sinks at his words. Around here, compassion is the exception, not the norm. We don't know if anyone will read it. But I want very much for him to try anyway, versus raging quietly and not trying. So I lift a breath prayer full of hope up to God in the moment before I speak.
We're done. But what I can do offer you, give it to me, is take it to 20, who you can I work with when you move dorms the first time. I can hand it to him myself, and I let him know that you and I target and tell him that I hope he'll read your letter and follow up with you.
What if he doesn't?
Same ache, same breath prayer inside me in response.
Then you can ask for another meeting with me, just like this one, and we can talk about what to try next.
We've spoken about his anxiety in the past. B's proposed scenario could go many ways. My hope as his chaplain is to help him focus on just one action item, writing his letter for now. I don't want him to feel overwhelmed, which I know from past conversations has led to his avoidance or inaction, maybe I should say. Also, I feel my own hope attached to the potential impact of a letter as I think about it, and I'm not sure what to do with that. Where do I need to land between yielding space to B's choices, trusting that God is in control of his timing, and taking a piece of these reins into my own hands?
Okay, I'm gonna try. I really want to get something right this time, chaplain.
Same breath prayer inside me in response.
You will reach out when you have your letter ready.
There's that urgency again in my reiterative question. I want so much for his plan to work. I feel half hopeful and half worried. This is a guy who's been conditioned to give up easily. Will he follow through? How far should I push him? I want to clarify again that we can edit or practice his letter as many times as he needs, but this isn't my race to run. He's got to take this first step. Ease up, Kate. Breathe.
Yes.
We say a brief prayer together to close. I remember to explicitly, in addition to earlier silent groanings of my heart, ask God to help me with this too. So this time, as I said at the beginning, I just tried to write it in more narrative form, a little bit like a story, and hopefully the formatting is clearer. It might, again, not be the right formatting yet, but it was just one other thought I had. Additional thoughts. We come from very different contexts. We meet here. I want to be on his team. He expressed anger, frustration, distress, anxiety, feeling unheard and ignored, yet I sense there's hope inside of him. My very body and being impacts our dynamic. How does he perceive this, and how should I? My own emotions: tender, curious, protective, admiring, respectful, supportive towards the situation, indignant, angry, confrontational. One thing I did not do that I've done in the past is ask the same question multiple times. I really thought about that one a lot. I've veered towards a teaching model in the past, and I just paid attention to that more in this round. So I see that as a positive. One thing I could do better: I feel like once he decided on his plan, my urge to support him increased, and some things about his plan are in my control, most are outside my control. And I really just don't think I had a good handle on how much of a helping hand was enough, how much was too much, how much autonomy versus how much support as advocacy, or etc. So I put a line there. And then how does this particular space impact this urge inside of me? Because I find sometimes that this is more of a rhetorical question for me. Sometimes in this space, different things wear me down, and I don't even realize it until I'm already farther along, thinking, wow, why does this feel harder? I was aware of a need for cultural humility and felt like what I offered was received, at least in part, because this IP reached out to me in a time of need. Our families of origin are quite different, and I have no doubt that my privileged context impacts our overarching dynamic. I was also raised to come alongside authority figures in a supportive role, and I believe that may have happened here to some extent. Whether that was inappropriate or appropriate, I have yet to fully discern. I also have the sense that since teamwork is a strength of mine, it has its own weaknesses for me too. I don't really quite know what to do with that piece. So if you have thoughts, that's great. Spiritual assessment. This wasn't a verbatim that was centered on that. Sometimes when I go as a chaplain, that is really the heart of what we do. And sometimes the advocacy piece is more significant. And I have used that. I've used my responses to impact spaces. And this felt to me more like that than it did the spiritual piece. He's kind of just evolving slowly in his own. He does identify as Christian. He doesn't so much practice it. But I did know that he was okay with prayer because we've done it together before. And when we've done it before, he opens and I close it. I close, and he seems to like that. Okay. We did talk about it a lot more when his auntie died. We talked about death. We had several meetings around afterlife and God's role in all of it. And from my perspective, he has touch points with God, family, and his Bible that matter in his spirituality, which I might be able to leverage better than I did in this interview. And then I did share a reflection. Jail crushes. It helps me to hold on to John 1.5. Light shines in the darkness, and the darkness does not overcome it. And then, of course, ethical and social justice issues, which is why I picked this verbatim to bring to this particular space, just to see if I could, what I could improve upon. So that is it for now, and I welcome your feedback if you care to share it.
I really like the way you probe all the verbatim is really well written, by the way, and well structured. And as someone who is also passionate about social justice and human rights, I would say in this way you still gave him the agency, and you're coming along, but you have this still deep desire to not just end in this conversation. Your heart is really trying everything you can. What can I do? How can I help? But also realizing that he has to take the lead, and you will be just one accompanying. So in that sense, it's really that the chaplaincy part of it, which is very clear. It is what he's doing. And I think this is where the intersection between who we are and what we do come into play, right? It is not just advocacy is not just tangential to what you're doing. It is integral in this particular case. It's not something you are just an add-on. It's a reality that needs some kind of advocacy. So I really like how you're doing it. And in the end, I really want to see what happens. I really, really want to see what happens. And again, your kind of, I would say, orienting system as one also, you both meet in a space where you are both Christian. God, the language God is not strange. You've come to the place of trust and safety to the point that you can use it. And I can see how that empathy, which is grounded in this compassionate care, is a thread that runs through the entire verbatim. I was just feeling as we're reading, it was like life. It's not like you're just reading on pages. It's really some sort of visceral feeling that I was feeling at a system. Again, angry at a system that punish you for so long, at a system that do not forgive, at a system that barely give you second chances. And even if they give you second chances, you go out there, you are just useless. You can't do anything because you carry a criminal record that everywhere you go, yeah, see, I am a criminal. So I'm just so angry at that system, also because of my orienting system and one who's human rights advocate, justice oriented, but also from my orienting system as one that is also a believer, where we know a different kind of forgiveness that is grace shown completely, fully, and second chances are given completely, fully. So that clash between these two kind of systems, so I love the compassionate way you talk to him. And I know it's not just on paper. I can visualize. I was actually visualizing as we read you with him. And I know that compassionate, caring, loving language is that's how the conversation went. And that he went from this knowing that he has someone who sees him, who hears him, who notices him. That's how I could really feel. Some question, did you say the auntie died? It means he has no one to talk to. You said he has no one to talk to. Could you say more about that? There's just no one he can talk to.
He doesn't feel like there's anyone he can call right now. I don't know what the web of his life looks like outside jail. I just know that in the past, when I've asked if he picks up the phone and calls anyone, he says, I don't have anyone to call. He is an addict. That isn't an uncommon thing in addicts' lives. But we haven't explored the specifics of that piece in depth, other than his auntie was basically involved in his story until probably about, I want to say like 5 or 6 weeks ago.
And may I also add, this is curiosities. I'm not very aware, but it's a broader issue. He is there because of drug addiction, right?
That's not his charge.
Oh, okay.
So the addiction is very often connected to other charges, burglary or assault,
Okay.
stuff like that. So you wouldn't just get arrested for being an addict. You get arrested for doing something to get money to be an addict, or you're high on something and you do something stupid and then you land in jail.
Mm. Yeah, because I wanted to ask, didn't California vote against getting one in jail because they're addict?
Yeah, they won't just be taken into jail. Sometimes when people are homeless, actually, they do things to go to jail because some actually say, twisted as it is, that jail feels like a vacation because there's shelter and there's 3 meals a day and people to talk to and engage with, and you can get your body taken care of because medical care is free. So, twisted as the standard is, it shouldn't be like that. I'm not saying that should be the world, but sometimes it goes addiction to homelessness to I want to go to jail for lots of reasons in that.
Mm.
You wouldn't just be arrested because you were an addict.
Mm. Mm. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for all your feedback. That's really helpful. One of the reasons why it matters a lot to me to get the formatting better is there's been a couple key times where I've been in a space of advocacy and I've been able to tell a story and put it in front of someone who's higher up, and it has changed policy, like literally changed policy. One time when I showed, I'll call it anger. It was very subdued. It was on site. I'm like the most cheerful, easygoing person on site. And there was one time where we had a new leader and he came in and he started, in essence, cuffing people inappropriately. And every person was just crushed by this because we don't cuff in some places, we cuff in, you have to be a level. So basically, it's classification levels. And when you're level 4, you're cuffed. So you're considered a maximum security risk. Other people actually aren't cuffed. So we don't treat them as maximum security risks unless that's their charges. And so this person came in, and sometimes people go around and around. So maybe they have bigger charges in their past, but right now we just treat them like what they are right now. So if you cuff a person for a very minor charge, it just impacts everything. And it came in all of a sudden. It was like one day they just said, we're doing it. And I had so many guys who were just like, especially because I'm a female and I'm a men's chaplain, they're like, what, chaplain, suddenly you don't trust me? I lost so much trust because of it. And so I spoke up. I just said, this is not a level 4 facility. Like, you can't just do this. And it was reversed. It actually, I put a note up higher. They put the policy back. They corrected it. It was just one overzealous person kind of driving it. And then there was another time when a religious item was taken off a person, and I wrote a story kind of like this and sent it up the chain, and county policy changed as a response to that. So part of what I'm trying to learn in my space is how I can use what I see and hear and feel to communicate to people who do have decision-making power. And that's just one of the things I'm practicing as I articulate. It's different, obviously, than verbatims, but kind of that's why I'm trying to sort of find my style and my voice. It maybe doesn't quite fit the traditional template that we work with here.
Thank you, Kay, for your verbatim. That's amazing, because I'm trying to see your verbatim, in the clinical way. It doesn't fit. It's totally different. Okay, and which is really good. I'm learning a lot from you about this because in the clinical sites in the hospital, there is homeless who know the rules, who know the hospitals, and they just try to put themselves into the hospital to get food, to get room. And believe me, we have a guy who stayed there for 2 months because he know the system. He lives hospital to hospital. So from this hospital, he has be transferred to Fresno, and then transferred to Fresno, and in Fresno he stayed 2 months. So some people just get in and out just for spend some days getting food, clothes, and under the weather. But besides that, I just been curious about the word you said. Let's work together to help you. If you allowed to do that, because I can see, you're feeling as a rescuer with him.
So basically that's kind of why I explained the models at the beginning, is in restorative justice. The neat thing about it, imperfect as the system is we get leeway for compassion. We can push acts of compassion in a way that hasn't been done historically and doesn't work consistently, but sometimes it shifts a dynamic. So that's the piece that, if you can imagine just like a cell block with locked rooms and people in the rooms, like they're in the rooms. The officer doesn't necessarily go to the rooms. The officer's job is to kind of keep an eye on the general picture, but they're not checking in with each person.
Okay.
So when I started this job, I didn't like that, which is why I started door to door. So I go door to door there. I am the only person who goes door to door in the whole facility, and they don't like it. They don't like that people go in and do that. But US Constitution protects religious access, and I'm friendly. We don't even necessarily talk religion at the door. Like whatever they want to do, that's what we do. Some pray, some don't pray, whatever it is. And so that sense of coming to where they are and hearing what they have to say, that in our space is actually a form of compassion that no one else really gets to offer except chaplains, because we have access everywhere. Like even doctors, even people who can talk to all the people, they don't go into the units, into the solo spaces like this. So just knowing he was coming from a space where he's alone in that cell until he comes and talks to somebody, for me, it was just, I absolutely cannot rescue him. Like I got 1,800 of these guys. Like there's no way I could work so hard for everyone. But if someone says, I want to try a thing and you could help me with this extra push to get it there, that is actually something I can do in my space with discernment.
Okay.
But if he doesn't want to do it, if he never writes the letter, that was kind of part of my agony at the end, is if he's like, forget it, this is overwhelming, I'm not writing the letter, then I'm like, next time I'm at the door, how are you? Okay, we're not talking about a letter because you're not doing a letter. That's cool. We can Just say hello and on I go, but I want to be like, write the letter. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm torn like that, but it has to be on his initiative.
Okay. All right.
Can I
You
follow
appreciate.
up real quick? Is
Yeah.
that okay, Alice? Can you go to C27? I'm sort of following up on Alfredo's comment. So you say, hey, he asked the question, C24, maybe it's C24. He asked the question, yeah, you make it clear, hey, I can help you choose the words. And then he's like, oh, another thing, give me paper. Great. You're like, I can do that. And then he says, how do we know anyone will even read my letter? And you talk about how your heart is impacted by that. And your response is, we don't.
We don't.
But I can fix it. But say, but I can fix it. But it seems like you fix it. What do you think?
I don't know if it's a fix though, because I can't make anything happen,
Right.
but I can take a thing and I can move a thing because if he just stays in his cell, XX is never going to go to that cell. They'll never cross paths. But I can
What would
help
it
move
be?
a thing down the track.
What would it be to stop short of the task that and to step to the relationship where you say, we don't, and you stop
Hmm.
and just allow him the space to manage we don't before you fix it. This is what I can do.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So,
could do it.
okay. And then I love when he says, after you tell him everything you're going to do, yeah, what if it doesn't? Well, if it still doesn't work.
Yeah.
So there's
That's
feelings
fail.
there. That's right, Kate. You've made yourself fail, even though you keep saying it's his advocacy, it's his work to do. You're doing it. I think that's the kind of fixing I was hearing in Alfredo's curiosity, and that's the fixing I was catching in that moment. And
Yeah.
I just wanted to affirm in C29, you've got your ache, you're praying, and then you let him know, hey, you can ask for another visit. Scroll down a little further. This was so powerful. Because again, I think this comes out of relationship. Okay, I'm gonna try. I really want to get something right this time. So he still has some agency. I don't know. Wonder what it'd have been like to tell him he already did. He got something right in the plan that he came up with. But instead, the action's on you. I'll reach out when you have the letter ready, and I'll go from there. So just think, I don't know. I'm not in the moment.
Yeah. I think,
Since your heart is aching, you're just trying to make something happen. I feel it.
yeah. I think when I think of rescue, I think of like the full picture, which I know I can't do. And so I think of like, okay, I can help with a hiccup. Like I can get over a little space, but the rest has to be God and him. So that's a good way of reframing rescuing, even to just small acts. Because yeah, it just feels like, I mean, there's so many hurdles. He
I
could
affirm
write the
that he had a
letter.
plan.
The
And
what?
I affirm the plan, just as you
Yeah.
did, and the ways in which you keep wanting to ask him, how can you help? And I love the things he named concretely. And then you took the initiative to, I'm not saying any of all the things you're going to do is wrong. I'm just inviting you to put a little space before the task
Yeah.
and have a little more relationship that allows a possibility for expression of his feelings and his agency
Yeah.
and some reality. You don't know, Kate, even if you fail. You don't know.
Yeah, I think
And
that
so he's,
actually just bugs
yeah,
me a lot about my system is like, just read a letter, guys. Like, it takes him
thank
so
you.
long to write 3 sentences. If he can write a letter, somebody should read it. Gosh darn it.
I'm with you with that, Kate. I think if I was there, I would be fixing all over.
Thank you, Alice. If I'm doing what you would do, then I already feel better about it based on who you are and your character. So thanks for giving me that. Yeah, and I think too it messes because I'm trying to explore this idea of not just receive, but sometimes do or shift or impact or name. And I'm not quite sure how to move things in a space without moving them myself. I think that's still a skill I'm learning how to navigate, and I don't have a full handle on it. But of course, if you try to move everything yourself in jail, all you do is burn yourself out and beat your head against a wall because at the end of the day, there's a lot more stagnant than there is moving.
May I ask you a follow-up question? Is this recent or is there any update? I'm just curious. I want to hear the update.
It was last week. And then actually today, as I was finishing up work, I saw a request from him that he wants to meet. So I'm not gonna lie, I was like, please let him have moved along in this, but I didn't read the request. It just said in the title, I didn't open it or anything. Because once I open it, I have to take action or like generate a response. And I wanted to do all of this before I thought about anything later to come.
How are you feeling? Talk with us about the feedback you've gotten so far. And where do you need more?
I will say that when I wrote this, I actually felt, on one hand, a little bit worried and anxious about bringing it because it's a deep, painful, charged topic. And on the other, it means so much to me to do it well. And our group has been chugging along in wonderful ways. So I also felt really hopeful. So those kind of were in tension with one another coming into this meeting. As I listen to feedback, I feel some relief because I think, as usual, I was overthinking and being hard on myself. So it wasn't as bad as I thought. So yay. And then I think I still feel just trepidation mixed with earnestness. Like this is just such a pervasive problem in my jail and in my East Bay and in my city and everywhere. And I can't fix all the things, but I can do better. And it takes courage and humility. And I'm glad about that. And at the same time, just really desiring to do better.
Okay, I really love the work you do. It's a very unique and different context than hospital or community. Very unique and um, also unique in that you have the opportunity, you've been there for long, you have the opportunity to know people more than especially hospital, which is and come and go, come and go. You don't have time to force relationship where there's the dynamic, which is important in trauma-informed care of trust and safety, that you by default form that very easily because of the nature of your job. So, and I really see you have a real big passion for that. You know, if chaplaincy is teaching and having this kind of opportunity you have, hey, count me in. But it's unique and really I don't know if all chaplain do as you do, because when I look the way your chaplaincy work in this space, I'm like, that is the best space to do chaplaincy as ministry, compassion, advocacy, and all that it entails. So I
Yeah.
think it's just because you embody it in such a way that makes me say, if this is what it is, I want to do this, But at the same time, I want to do 20 things. So don't even worry about that. But, I love the way you do what you do. I love the heart you put into this. It's palpable, it's really palpable that this is something you embody, it's existentially real. So I appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Alice. I think one thing I love about this county that is unique to this county, I worked in another county before that was not like this, is just the restorative piece. But the challenge with that is it does blur the lines. So, like in Coco County, Contra Costa County, if you know someone outside, you cannot engage with them inside. There's like this hard line. But in Santa Clara, because rehabilitation and reentry and restorative justice people work on both sides of the fence, there's a little more blurring. Someone goes out, you can engage, someone comes back in. You have to kind of find a compass inside of you that says, I care too much about this person, but like this is okay. This isn't caring too much, but like if you're going to church with a person every week and they're in your Bible study and then they relapse and you're like, you fool, then you can't be their chaplain, kind of a thing. So there's a lot more gray, but I think a lot more of the model that God wants for community. Like here we are, this big, broken body navigating life together. And sometimes it's in the bars and sometimes it's outside the bars. But this doesn't define that. We just are figuring out how to navigate it. And I like that. I like that about Santa Clara County a lot, which is why I have a heck of a commute to get to my job. And that's intentional actually from the sheriff all the way down. This is the sheriff that this county elected. This is his way of doing the system. He is very often in jail. Everybody knows his face. He goes in, he talks to people, like he goes in the spaces I go, kind of a thing. So he's very present. And that is not the case in many systems. Prison is a totally different thing because they're going to a more structured place to serve time. Jail is just sort of this, like, I just call it a rolling hot mess. Like every day you walk in and you're like, what is in front of me? So it is a really unique space to practice what you're talking about. And it's not for everyone, but it's magnificent in its own way in terms of just the way we get to be real humans with each other. If that makes sense.
How are you feeling about your decision to not explore the revenge query as you described it?
I will go back to it, I think, another time. it just felt really hot in that moment. And maybe part of it was just me being like,
Of the core feelings, which one would be hot?
for him,
No, you said it felt hot. So what do you mean by hot as a
like,
feeling?
how would I put that in that way? Like, just if a person is pacing 8 feet back and forth and thinking about a thing, you can talk about the thing, but they've already been practicing in an echo chamber for a while. So for me, hot is feeding that echo chamber. But once you can kind of shake the walls so they shift, and it's not about this little pacing circle, but rather like, okay, I paced and then I read and then I talked to a friend and now I'm here, then sometimes that's more helpful to them. I have had people that just 20 minutes, rah, 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 and that's fine. It's not most of the time, it just ends kind of in a space where they're like, can you come back next week? I have more to say. And I'm like, okay, we can do that. So that's what I mean by hot. It's just if it's just them and their voice.
So, okay. So now I understand what you mean by hot. So how do you feel about your decision?
I still think knowing this person, it's probably right because he is a very fair human as humans go. Like people
I
look at him.
feel, I feel
I feel like it's right, validated, okay with it. Are those okay words?
validated. I was just trying to get a feeling.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You feel validated. Now that you've said it, how's that sitting with you?
Yeah, it makes me think forward instead of backwards. Like makes me think, okay, let's see what the next step, the next breath is in this whole scenario. Instead of like, oh, did I say the right thing? Did I do the right thing? It like shifts my direction.
So you're not hot and pacing.
No.
You're feeling validated and moving forward. That's pretty powerful. Thank you. So you know what I'm going to ask next. Is there any theological insight you want to add to that?
I think there's always so much. I mean, I think about this in my own brain all the time. But in connection with what you were just saying, it's very easy for us humans to get inside our own echo chamber and think that what we say to ourselves is what God is saying to us or what we mean in the world. And sometimes we just need help to see a bigger picture of a thing. And for me, the theological connection would be take a breath, create some space, look at this undulating curve that we're on. Think about where you are. It's okay to be here or here, no judgment about that. But just remember it's more than one point. It's a dynamic thing, this life and this season.
Any more feedback for Kate, or Kate, any? I'm glad you risked it. I'm glad you brought it here and that you're feeling validated even by sharing the verbatim.
Thanks for letting me.
I hope the same for him and the letter plan that he has. So awesome. Thank you. Very good.
I look forward to the response.
I know. Yes, Alice looks forward to the response. In the next chapter, Alice wants the next chapter.
Next chapter, please, God.
All right, let's take our self-care education practice session break right here. Is that all right? And I'll see you in 30 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope Alice joins us soon. So as I said, today we would do, tonight our order would be two verbatims, and then we'd have our self-care practice session, and then we would go into IPG. So come on, Alice. I want to open the floor for IPG. I'm making sure I don't have a text from her. There she is. Okay, well, she's coming. So let's open our IPG session now.
Is IPG just about kind of a self-reflection time, or is it a time when I could ask something I've been thinking about and just hear people's thoughts?
Alfredo?
It's okay to ask? Okay. So I spent my self-reflection eating dumplings and thinking about Donna's challenge to incorporate more theological language into how I speak. And Alfredo is like the perfect guy to ask, which is why I thought that I would see if I could do that. So it's for everyone, but Alfredo in particular, if you just hear something, grab a hold of it for me. I experience God like breathing. So inside of me, God being part of thought and movement and choice feels very natural. To put that into words in a space feels less natural. And as I kind of reflect on Donna's growth edge for me, I want to be able to articulate it better, but I struggle with getting it from the wow in here to just words here. And I wondered if any of the pastors among us might speak to that and kind of how you navigate that in your own space, if that's okay to ask.
Let me ask you a question. What do you mean with navigate with the feeling or the sense of God in you?
If I'm very sure that inside me, I'm in dialogue with God, even though I can't always articulate what that looks like, I have no doubt you're in dialogue with God also inside. How do you put into words from inside to outside that partnership, that fusion, that sacred meets mundane? That's what I mean by navigate. Like you come up against a situation and you know that God's working inside of you and dialoguing with you, and you feel God in your breath and your thoughts and your movement. And you're so aware of God's presence.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to actually say how God is present. And it's like words don't really work, but still we have to say it in a pastoral role. So, how do you do that? That's kind of my question. Does that help clarify?
Yeah. I try to think and how can I put in a words, what you're asking? Because as you tell me, it's God in you, okay? And there is something that you cannot express in words, but in attitude. You don't have to force it. It's natural in you because it's in you. It's part of you. For example, today I've been with a lady who doesn't believe in God, and I just be nice with him. Okay. And somehow she told me, I like your energy, the energy that you bring to me. And I know what's God, not me. Because you carry that presence, which is used for you to know it. But with your presence, you can bless another person without saying nothing. It's like the sun. Okay? The sun gives us light to the warmer apps. Okay? So when you enter into the room with that presence, you don't have to express the way you feel. You just have to be who you are. And that presence is going to flow by itself.
Can I
Because
clarify my
yes.
question? I'm thinking specifically kind of in a CPE context, not so much in a
Oh.
room, like a presence piece, but at times when I'm called to put that feeling into words, specifically words more than anything. How do you think about that piece?
This question.
Alice, I'll just recap. I asked if I could use IPG to ask a question about something that's a challenge for me. So that's what I've just asked Alfredo, and really anyone who wants to speak to it.
If it's not too much to ask, could I just get a summary of what you asked?
Yeah, I just referenced back to how Donna asked me to make a theological connection, which is something I'm working on in general. And what I described to the group is that I feel God inside of me. I feel presence and conversation and dialogue and engagement, very aware of who God is coming inside of me and just being present and working. But when called to put that into words, specifically in CPE contexts and connections, I have a hard time with that piece. So I was hoping people in this group might speak to how you get from here to here, if you would.
Yeah, I really think you do that. Your encounters, the context of your encounters, by the way, calls for a different kind of taking that from here to there. And I do feel that theology is embodied so much in what you do. It is not articulated all the time, but it is embodied. And embodied theology sometimes just required silence. You are the opposite direction from me, where I have these spaces where I want to articulate it, and not being able to verbalize it in the situations in the beginning sounds like a failure. But now I'm understanding that silence is also very theological, right? That you have embodied theology that is not always need to be articulated. And I see that a lot in what you do, right? And when there are spaces where you need to articulate it, you do. But not every encounter calls for that. And I don't think it's for me, again, my reading completely, I just don't think that you need to articulate it in words to feel that it moves from here to there. That's not how I feel for your particular context. You are in a place where you're very experienced. You say you've been there for like 10 years, you said?
8.
8 years. That you so imbued in the system that you know how to bring theology in and not to bring it in. I don't see you doing it differently. Because again, like one of my questions for you was to see a little bit of more that theological piece. Then when you wrote your verbatim, no, the midterm evaluation was like, so theological everywhere, so that's what I would say, to be very authentic. That's what I would say, that you do experiential and embodied theology more than verbalizing it, and you don't need to always verbalize it. Do you feel like a sense like you don't do it well, or what is the trigger for that question?
I think I feel in contexts like this one, I don't articulate it well. Like in spaces where people are expecting me to use theological language to express what's inside of me. To me, that doesn't come as naturally. What you're talking about feels much more natural to me. And I thank you for pointing it out. That sounds a lot like just how I live, but I have to figure out how to do it in spaces like this one too. And I know everyone who's here is very strong at that in their own way. I've heard your verbatims and your presentations. So that's kind of what I thought is, if you are, say, a pastor or a priest, at the end of the day, if that's the hat you're wearing, you have to be able to put God into words in ways that offer comfort and support and theology in a way maybe that's less like what a chaplain would do. A chaplain could definitely do what you're talking about, and that would be awesome. There's that other piece of it that for me feels harder. So I was just curious if any of you have ever thought about that, wrestled with it, kind of how you go to the more, let's call it, formal pastoral framework of language. Does that kind of
It makes clear
better?
Yeah, and I really get you. For me, you see, the natural for me is that which you just articulate. Which the natural for what you do, that is the thing, how much we are called to different spaces to embody different things. what you are saying you doesn't come easy for me, comes exactly easy. Maybe because it's what I do every day. That is my job. So I do that every day. You know, whereas doing
How
what
do you do it, Alice? How do you do God talk?
how do I do God talk? I don't know if I can articulate how I do God talk as I do God talk, right? If I now I'm getting me to my head, how do I do God talk? For me, it's just so natural. I just do. I don't even think it comes out. What I should not do much is think to do less God talk. So if you so you're asking me a question I cannot really articulate because it's just who
Natural.
I am. It's just who I am. I don't even think about it. It just comes. Ask the Holy Spirit. Maybe the Holy Spirit is talking too much, God talking me. I don't know. But you know, I just think we're very different and doing the best in the space we can. And if you can't articulate it at that moment, so be it.
Yeah, because for me it's natural. You can ask me. It's natural for me, and I've been trying to thinking about the gifts of the Holy Spirit that He gave it to us because I have the gift of preach. I can build a sermon just close my eyes and open my eyes, and I have the sermon in my mind. I can just open the Bible, got the scripture, and I got a sermon because it's my gift. My wife say, "How you do that?" I don't know. It's my gift. Something that God gave it to me as Alice has it. You know, you have to be you. You don't have to be find out how you can do things. Just be you. And that sense be who you are, allowing God, okay, to express Himself through yourself. Make sense what I'm saying? Because the way you are handling the things, you are expressing God. I can see God in you. You don't have to articulate some kind of words, some kind of language. Just be who you are. And express who is God to you the way you can express, the way you feel it. God is faithful because you know He's faithful to you.
I think you
God
nailed
is love
it right
because,
there. You said just express God the way you know God.
exactly.
Say more. How do you express God the way you know God? How do you do it, Alfredo?
How am I express God the way I know it, the way I see it? You know, first is through the scripture. I read a lot of the scripture. And the scripture show me who is God. And I just express in that way. Oh, God is powerful because I see Him acting in my life. God is faithful. God is love. God is kind because He's kind to me. Because when I made mistakes, when I get in trouble, I have that sense that He's in me, helping me. I think you are having an encounter with God, Kate. I think you are having an encounter with God in a way that you are looking for. Because I believe that you are in your praise and you ask God, God, I want to feel you. I want to feel your presence. I want to know more of you. And God is showing you your presence. It's make you feel Him. and you want to express how God is it, just express the way you know it. That's what I'm doing, you know.
That's helpful. What I hear from you both is that there's not a target framework out there, which is kind of how I think about pastoral work, but that it's a thing that can be built from a different direction. And I see just an initial connection even in how I'm playing with verbatims, because jail doesn't fit hospital chaplaincy, like they don't go. So if I try to fit jail stories into a hospital model of a verbatim, I always feel like something's missing. So that's why I've been playing with the framework. So what I'm hearing here, it good in just a broader, helpful way, is there's permission to build a different thing in
Yeah.
conversation with God. And from Alfredo specifically, God gives us words for that. We can use them. Or, like in Alice's case, we can build our own language and share that too.
Mhm.
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 Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's good
Yeah.
reflection. Thank you.
And like I said, there is no right and wrong.
Mhm.
There is no. Because even though we are doing wrong things, God fix it. We call grace. The grace of God in us.
I so appreciate the question and the responses, and just I would add that when I move to God Talk, I'm very much aware that I'm using metaphorical language. So it allows me with grace to understand I'm not going to capture God perfectly. It's metaphor. It also allows me to hear people talk about God as He and not be turned off, because I understand they also are using imperfect metaphorical language. So that's one of the things I bring this space of, okay, I'm going to use metaphorical language here. Great question.
Yeah, I really like your language, imperfect language. I feel like that's a good way to carry it, because it's an honor to speak about it at all, and never ever will we get it right. So yeah, that's a good, gracious reminder. Thanks for that thought.
May I ask to say a little bit more, Donna, with what you just said? In terms of when we speak about God, it's metaphorical. Do we always speak about God? Is always metaphorical. I'll use the word we anthropomorphize God. I rarely will use the word metaphorical language, because for a lot of people that is a turn off. You are basically saying God is a metaphor, therefore it's not real. For them, that's how they understand. So that's why I'm curious about when you speak about God is metaphorical language. What does that really mean?
For me, when I go to transition to God talk, I keep in mind the theological language rests heavily on metaphor. For me, God is not literally a father, although I'll be in conversation with people who will talk about God as father. For me, the pronoun he does not begin to articulate God, but I'll be in conversation with people who will say he. So I remind myself the language I use for God is imperfect and limited.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pointing towards God. And when I reach to express my theology, I allow myself to lean into metaphor,
Mm-hmm.
knowing my language is going to be imperfect too. But I don't say to people, let us begin with metaphorical language. I was really responding to how do I do God talk? I do it from a place of graciousness that all the language is imperfect. And we're reaching for metaphors because we cannot use an equal sign. So we say God is like, even though often we don't say God is like, but that's really what I'm how I'm interpreting that it's all God is like, because there's very little God is.
Mm.
That's it for me, and I keep saying for me, for me.
Right, right. Yeah. For me, I will not use that I know it's categories. I will use the anthropomorphic language, like and explain to people we can only use human categories to speak about God. As Karbat said, God is holy order, and since we cannot get there, we use human. And in patriarchal, especially in patriarchal context, they use the father, the ideal image is a father. So they see God as a father. And so when you say God is a mother, it shocks. But in this context, you can say God is father, mother. It doesn't really shock, except it's in some evangelical. So because you use that me, once I use, because especially once I this, you remember my context, particularly oriented system, people are very devout, and God is so everything permeates every aspect of their life that the moment you start to use metaphor, okay, academics like us, we understand, but the lay people, they basically see you as something else.
Oh,
So
you're saying when you use the word metaphor,
yeah.
because most of the language is metaphor. So when I'm trying to move to God talk, the way I describe it is that. But I hear what you're saying. You're making a distinction and saying, if I use the word metaphor, no, I say God is like love. God is like dew in the morning. God is like
Oh, okay, without actually
that's
using the word
metaphor.
metaphor.
Right. I don't have
Oh,
to use
okay.
the
That
word
is
metaphor.
different. I
I'm
thought
trying to get to God talk.
it.
I heard what you heard. I'm trying
Right.
to get to God talk. And I'm also trying to listen and receive other.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad I asked. I thought you go there and say, now
Right.
you should know God is we are using metaphorical language, but you are just saying you understand it that way. Now, I'm glad I asked you, because you will never preach in an African church if you go and tell them, now we use metaphor for God. They will send you out and say, sermon ended.
No, if I shout God is Father, I'm in there. And they start saying amen.
Oh
Right.
no, me, I use father,
I
mother,
hear
and
you.
people are shocked with me. And then they say this doxology, praise God from whom or bless him, praise him. I change it all. I just say, praise God from whom or blessings flow. Praise God, God. That all of it, I use God. I don't use pronouns, you know. And that they are not shocked because it's so subtle, you know. So you're just calling God 3 times. It's so subtle. They live that I use trickster language a lot in my context. Big time trickster, trickster. So they don't accuse me of anything, but I'm doing what I'm doing. May I claim a minute, please? I'm just laughing like this, but I'm stressed to hell. I have a midterm, second midterm tomorrow. and I accidentally deleted the first midterm on Canvas. I was trying to delete the link for the second one to recreate it so that it is the inputting questions will be easier. I accidentally deleted my first midterm. I don't have their scores. It is all online. So that's what I was doing. I didn't do that, trying to fix during our self-care time, and just couldn't. I'll have to write to Canvas support to see if they can retrieve it. If they cannot retrieve it, I'll recreate an exam and give everybody perfect score, because I don't know how to get their actual scores. But hopefully Canvas will be able to retrieve it. Hopefully. If they don't, it's good news for them. Everybody will get perfect score because there's no way I can find it. So I just made a decision when I was coming back upstairs. I said, okay, Alice, breathe. I stood on my stairs when I'm coming up and I breathed 4 times. And I let go of something you cannot change. At this point, you worry, it doesn't really help you. My body feels the stress, and so don't do that to you. There's nothing you can do. Let it go. So I'm glad I came, and Kate, your theological language distracted me. I just feel, but for that 30 minutes, I was completely, freaked out. But yeah, the only alternative, if Canvas support cannot retrieve, I'm just going to recreate the exam and give everybody perfect score. I can't put it on them. It's not their fault. Yeah.
Kate were in the class, she would say, God is like when Canvas support cannot retrieve the midterm. And the professor,
Say hallelujah, right?
there you go.
I will say too, just as someone who's on the other end of it, for the work I put in, it seems maybe like a big thing on your end, but a grade can be really heartening as a learning motivator. And I feel sometimes that it's a gift our professors give us. You mentioned in particular, what was her? Kim Jung-yan. She taught my Deuteronomy in Hebrew class.
Yeah. Kyungjin.
Kyungjin, that's right. And we would turn in just these messy translations. I worked so hard on them. And that was one thing every week. If you just turned in your translation and she could see the work of it, she gave me 100 every week. I know she did it for all the people. And there's no way my translation was 100%. But I felt so motivated every week to go through the work of doing it all, because I knew she would just look and say, you are really sinking your teeth into it. Go for it. So I might just say, as someone on this end of things, it may feel like a blow to you, but something like that can be a big encouragement to those of us juggling
Telling
many
me that.
things.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad. And so I'm not going to stress anymore. I'm just going to recreate and just give all of them perfect score. This weekend I'll do that. That is good to hear that, Yeah.
There you go. That's it.
That's
Nothing's
why we need,
nothing's
that's why
wrong
we
with
need
you.
IPG.
I can say
Will you
this.
tell them that? Will you tell them you're going to do that, or will you just do it?
The students?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I'm going to tell them that is the error I made. And
I'm in the class shouting hallelujah, look at God.
they will be happy, I know, but I'm going to, and I like to own up for my own mistake. I did it it was not intentional. I was deleting something else. But I'm going to own it up and tell them, and I say, this is my accountability, but you guys will be shown grace. Everybody will get perfect score.
But I believe if you delete it, somehow they can get back again because it's
What is that?
it's in the system. If you delete from the system,
I said I deleted. I looked it everywhere I couldn't find, but I'm telling you,
it's there. It's there. I
but
can tell you
I'm just going to show
it's
them
there.
the grace. I think I'm going to go
My
with it.
vote's for Grace, if I'm allowed
Yeah.
to
I'm just going to
vote.
go for the grace. I'm
But
going
I'm not biased or anything. As a struggling MDiv student, so take
No,
that
I'm
with a
going to
grain
go
of
for the
salt.
grace, especially the thing I grade too hard. I'm going to just show mercy.
There will be those who will say, like that parable, I
Mhm.
labored all
I worked
semester
too
long,
hard for my score. Now you give it to me.
and you give it to everyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's God is like, amen.
No, I will do it, especially that they know I don't do that. So one, they'll be shocked. Two, it's good to do it. Yeah, because literally, I spent so much time trying to retrieve nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for listening for
I
that.
love it. I love it. When they come at you, just lift that parable. Go, teacher. Hallelujah. Thank you.
Because justice doesn't know who come first or who stayed the whole day and who came at last minute. that yeah.
Oh my God.
Kate, may I ask, are you towards the end? Kate,
For
are you
me, I have 2 classes left.
so you graduate this December or in
It
May?
will be May. I'll be all done in May. I'm just chugging through one at a time. So yeah, I work full time. I have this and I have the MDiv class. So every gift is truly a gift from my perspective.
Right. No. Congratulations in advance.
Is it too late for her to get in your class?
I would love
That
that.
one where you lost the and
Oh,
she
yeah.
So that I can
Who else do you know at Fuller?
I know Keon Jing, I know Janet Oak, and I know Peter. And who else do I know?
Thank goodness I'm done with Jeanette Oak. She is the hardest professor at Fuller, hands down. She's ruthless. If I knew you when I knew her, I would have been like, Alice, please put in a good word for me.
I know Janet for a long time. We're at Princeton together. I actually helped her get a job at APU, and then after she went to Fuller.
Yeah, I learned a lot from her, but she is a very challenging instructor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Alice would tell you to write a letter.
You write a letter and as advocacy. So
Good to know. Now you're telling me I only have 2 classes to go, drat, but I'll keep it in my back pocket just in case.
Does anyone have any observations you can share about our group dynamic?
I might share that I love the way that we're all good at different things and we share what we're good at with others very easily and generously. And it's never really one person at the center, although you're kind of at the center, Donna, so that's there, but it shifts around in terms of who's the one who needs to receive and who's the one who offers, and then something else, which I think is a really healthy and lovely group dynamic model, which you have facilitated. So there you go.
A theory that fits your description that you just described like you knew the theory is social interdependence theory. So if someone were to ask you, I don't know, board certification, talk about what do you know about group dynamics? You could say what you just said. Make sure you use my initials so I don't get fired. And you say it embodied for me. Social interdependence theory. Very good.
I really love that our group is a safe space. That is for me, it's really be a space where you can be very transparent and don't feel judged. And that we all have our competencies, but are very willing to learn and very willing to be transformed, very willing even to be challenged, even though sometimes the challenge is challenging, but it is growth, which is the goal of it is growth. So, and then you can really come, IPG is great because you can just unwind now and say, okay, this is how I feel, so I've loved it.
I think that's the performing stage of the Tuckman group theory. We're just all going to get board certified. Excellent description, Alice.
May I ask you, Dove, can I or no? This is very helpful as theory. Anyway, maybe I think let me ask though. Maybe it's not yet time, but this might help Alfredo and myself going to third unit. Kate, you are second unit going to third, right? So yeah. Do we have to know theories for board certification?
First of all, I have to observe the dynamic in Alfredo's face when you said going to the third unit. It's like, she got the wrong one. Having said that, yes. But to the degree that I'm using them here. They don't have to be any more detailed, Kate, or complex comprehension. Just pretty much the level that I'm using it here.
Are you on that board?
I am, and on the didactic, I'm going to give Alfredo. I picked his questions tonight. I'm going to give him 2 theory questions.
So you are going to show us grace, exam pass.
So I've just ruined IPG, but when I sit on the board certification board, I happen to be one of the examiners who, when we will ask a question and you are close, but not quite, I will invite you to say more and point you towards what might be helpful. So I might say, I hear your theology very clearly here. It's so helpful. The question is asking you for behavioral theory, and I might mention a couple of behavioral theories in the hopes that you'll go, oh yeah, I heard about that in CPE. And invariably the student will. And someone will say, well, what can you tell us about that? And they'll crank out enough, maybe one or two more nudges, and I'll start nodding my head so they'll know, okay, you got that. Don't say any more. Stop. So that's how I facilitate. It's a conversation, it's a dialogue, it's not a I got you moment. It's a journey with you as you get some things that you never got before.
Oh, thank you.
That's how I proceed.
Mm. I
Of course,
find that
if I have the privilege of being selected to be on your board certification committee, I would immediately resign due to
Why?
conflict of interest. Because one of the things I have to say is that I do not have a relationship with this candidate. And you're having been
Hmm.
a former
Not fair.
CPE student, I
Not
would
fair.
That's
not
not
fair.
I think it's
fair
not
at
fair.
all. That
Oh,
is
no, no,
not
no.
fair at all.
No, no.
I
You
would have to
cannot,
eliminate
you
myself.
cannot.
You cannot do that to us.
It's
No, you can't.
ethical. It's
No.
an ethical decision. I have to make that commitment. But I also make the commitment that if you'd like me to read any of the materials you're going to submit, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, I will
Oh,
send you all materials,
all right.
every single.
Except for Alice. I'll read what other people send. I just have to put you on a
Alice
page.
is gonna send you a book. Yeah, no.
I have to put you on a page limit, Alice. But
Yeah.
yeah. And hopefully, I think that's more the norm than not. And if you're just totally like, I can't figure out what you're saying, it's okay to say, can you help me a little bit here? It's and
And I will
see.
not be ashamed to claim to. I'm one of those. I'm like, I don't know. Please help me
Don't
understand.
say I don't know. Say it's not fully coming to me yet. Can you help me a little? And then they'll say some things and you'll realize, oh yes, I know that. And then just don't feel like you have to give all 8 stages. You're just able to say, oh, it reminds me of Eric Erickson's stages and say a little bit. And it's enough. You don't have to have a deep knowledge.
Well,
Just
I still have time. Kate still have time. Alfredo.
absolutely
I
do.
don't have too
And you're
much
gonna
time.
walk in
I
there
know
and
that, Alice.
you're
I
gonna
know what you mean. I don't have too much
I'm
time.
persuaded in your writing, you'll have met all the competencies.
Oh my.
Your problem is gonna be there is a word limit for every answer. So you have to edit down to that limit.
Yeah, and that's why I will send to you so that you can help me with that.
Well, on that note, IPG is officially over. But
It was great though. It was great.
it was great. And I want to appreciate the way we began with just that genuine, may I ask a question? And Kate articulated in Kate's style with a lot of words where she was trying to go and what she wanted to know. And Alfredo, after silence, responded with this gentle, clarifying question. Explain to me what you mean by navigating. And it was beautiful. And it opened up
Yeah.
Kate to continue to talk. And I think the grace in recapping, because Kate, you initiated recapping even before Alice so graciously asked to understand more. That's an act of grace to say, hey, let me recap for you. I know you missed that. That's that interdependent
Mhm.
unity that you've created here.
Mhm.
So I also want to affirm that and to be who you are.
Mhm.
That's what I think you all are, and genuinely
Mhm.
throughout our journey together, not just in IPG, you affirm just being who you are. So
Mhm.
thank you, thank you. I'm going to ask you to take, oh, let me look in your eyes. Okay, take a 15-minute break and come back ready to hear one more verbatim.
Can we skip it though?
Skip the break?
No, the verbatim. Do we?
Oh, no. See you in 15 minutes. All right, Alice, take it away. I did, by the way, hear from Audrey. Again, just confirming she had some difficulties tonight.
Can everybody see? Is it large enough? Okay. I'm just going to just read sections so that we can. I bring this verbatim. Okay. Number 4. Hey, hallelujah. The care recipient initial is LZ. Home visit. Visit number is not sure because I've been working alongside this care recipient for a while now. In the 60s, female, heterosexual Christian. Diagnosis: undiagnosed chronic illness, depression, which she herself articulate it as a problem right now. Primary support person is CP, husband and primary caregiver. I bring this verbatim because LZ is a long-term care recipient with chronic and undiagnosed illness that has left her weak and often depressed. Our recent visits have been marked by long stretches of silence and only brief conversation. Through this encounter, I'm learning to see silence as a form of presence, prayer, and care. I want to continue growing my clinical presence, ignoring silence as sacred space, while applying tools from trauma-informed care to foster safety, trust, and agency. I also seek to strengthen my use of family system theory, especially in understanding the couple system and how LZ's illness affect both her and CP. I would value my peers' feedback on how to deepen this spiritual practice of silence and remain emotionally grounded when I ache for answers that medicine cannot yet provide. I will skip all of that categories. Background. Elsie has lived with a dilapidating and undiagnosed illness for about 4 years now. She has been in and out of hospital for several months and often feels physically exhausted and emotionally low. I visited her in the hospital last week and she returned home on Monday. Upon her return, she expressed a desire for me to visit her again, and CP, her husband and primary caregiver, extended the invitation. CP left his job to take care of LZ full-time and manages nearly all aspects of her daily needs. LZ, a trained social worker, has not been able to practice for the past 3 years due to her illness. When I arrived, her home therapist had visited earlier that morning. My visit took place later in the afternoon at a time CP felt she would have more energy. LZ speaks little these days, but often communicates through gentle gesture and long silences. Our previous hospital visit had been marked mostly by quiet presence and brief moments of hand-holding, where words felt unnecessary. This is a mistake. Okay. The purpose of the visit was to offer Elsie a calm and safe environment in which she maintains agency over the direction and rhythm of her encounter. The visit seeks to foster gentle connection through attentive silence, pace, breathing, and reflective responses that affirm her experience without pressure. I also aim to rely on nonverbal cues, such as eye contact, facial expression, posture, and breathing patterns, as primary source of communication. These quiet forms of observation help me remain attuned to her emotional and physical state. I was mindful of CP's exhaustion and the weight of his caregiving role, holding space for his presence without letting it shift attention away from Elsie. I will skip those goals and go straight to the pastoral dialogue. So setting is late afternoon. Lizzie is resting in her bedroom upstairs. The curtains are drawn halfway, letting it in a soft wash of light. The oxygen machine hums gently beside her bed. Oh, geez, CP. Oh, come on. CP opens the front door for me, gives me a weary hug, and says quietly, Lizzie will be happy that you are here. She had been asking for you. His voice carried both relief and fatigue. He leads me upstairs to the bedroom where I sit in a chair. There's past tense. Where I sat in a chair near the small table by her bed. CP, I'm so sorry. Thought I took it all off. CP looked exhausted. His soldiers sat as we speak briefly about his morning. He tells me she has barely eaten and has slept most of the day. I listen with compassion and see the deep tiredness in his eyes. His life now seems woven entirely around her care. After a few minutes, Elsie opened her eyes. Her gaze moved across the room until it rests on me. I have restructured this differently because there's conversation also with CP. And those conversations, the numbering it is so awkward to numbering it. So what I just did is T1 means first conversation, second conversation. So it's grouped that way. So it's easier to follow. So I'll need someone who can do both LZ and CP, and then the chaplain.
You can do LZ and CP.
Okay, thank you.
I could be the chaplain.
Thank you. So the conversation, so LZ, should I read it? I don't know how to read this because it will affect my eyes.
You want to read the parentheses, or are you not wanting to read them?
I'm going to, oh, gee, Jesus Christ, so, I'm so sorry. My head is, yeah. Weekly.
Alice, you came. Thank you for coming.
Her voice is soft but full of warmth. Her eyes brighten slightly, and a faint smile appears. My chest loosens with relief. Her calling me by my name, not Dr. Alice, feels deeply personal, a sign of trust that has grown over time.
Yes, I am here, Lizzie. I am so glad to see you.
I move close and lower my voice to match her pace. I sense gratitude filling the space between us. Smiling faintly.
You always bring peace with you.
Her tone is gentle and slow. The room feels calm. I notice her breathing even out slightly. My heartbeat settles into a peaceful rhythm.
Thank you, Lizzie. It's been a great deal to see with you again.
I keep my hands open on my laps, allowing silence to rest between us. The quiet feels full rather than empty.
She has been sleeping most of the day. She wakes for a few minutes and then drifts off again. I worry. Keep thinking I should be doing more.
He speaks softly, his eyes cast downward. I see the strain behind his tired smile. My chest aches with sacred human fatigue.
You have already done so much, Casper. Your care is evident in every small detail of this room.
My tone is calm and composed. I meet his gaze just long enough for him to feel seen. His shoulder drops slightly.
Sometimes I just sit here and watch her breathe. I'm afraid that if I close my eyes, something might happen.
His hand twists together. The air feels heavy with unspoken fear. I inhale deeply to remain grounded.
Love like that carries a cost. You have been keeping watching for a long time. It is all right to rest a little.
My own words remind me to breathe. His eyes glisten. He nods faintly. The silence that follows feels sacred. The room grows quiet. The gentle sound of the oxygen machine holds the silence. Elsie shifts slightly, her hand moving under the blanket. I lean forward just a little bit, attentive to her breathing. Quietly,
Sometimes I think God has forgotten me. Everything feels so still, like nothing changes. I used to read the Psalm 23, Psalm 91, over and over. They used to calm me, make me feel that God was real and listening to me through the pain. But lately, I cannot even pray them. It feels empty.
her voice trembled, her eyes stared past the ceiling. I remember how she once found deep comfort in scripture and now cannot bring herself to open it. I feel a quiet sadness that what once anchored her faith no longer feels reachable. Yet I chose to honor her silence and not impose what of hope she cannot hold right now. I breathe slowly, letting compassion anchor me.
It sounds like the stillness feels like distance. I will sit with you in it.
I speak slowly, leaving gentle pauses. I wash her face for any sign of strain. Her brows soften slightly. I sense that the quiet between us is safer than speech.
It helps when you sit here. The silence feels less heavy when someone stays. My body still feels trapped, but it helps me breathe.
Her voice is soft but unwavering. She reaches for my hands and holds them tight. I feel the weight of her pain and the quiet courage in her touch, a small movement towards connection.
Even now, you are reaching for peace with every breath. Sometimes peace begins small. Even here,
My voice stays low and measured. Her eyes closed briefly, then opened calmer. The stillness grew gentle.
When you sit here, I feel safe. It feels like the world stops spinning.
Her eyes simmer with tears. Her shoulders relax slightly. I feel warmth with it behind my eyes and compose myself through slow breathing.
that sense of safety also comes from you, Lizzie. You make room for it when you welcome me in.
I sense a quiet humility rise within me. This trust feels sacred. The air feels softer.
Casper never rests. He worries all the time. I feel guilty for that.
Her gaze turned towards him. Her voice is faint but earnest. I feel compassion spread through me.
You both carry this together. His love shows in his care, and your love shows in your concern for him. Love does not need to be perfect, it just stays.
I glance at CP. His eyes are wet. I sense the bond of love, guilt, and exhaustion among us.
She always worries about me, even now. I tell her not to, but she does.
He smiles faintly, his voice unsteady. His hands move towards her, resting slightly on top of mine. The contact feels tender and human.
Maybe both of you can rest for a little while now. Right there, right here, without trying to fix anything. Sometimes rest itself is love.
I exhaled slowly. The energy in the room shifted towards calm. I sensed a peace settling around us.
That sounds nice. Rest without worry. Just quiet.
Her eyelid closed. She does not let go of my hand. Her breathing slows. I feel gratitude fill my chest.
Quiet can be healing. I will stay here with you a while longer.
I bow my head slightly. Silence spread gently through the room. My breathing aligned with hers. I feel calm surround me.
Thank you, Alice. You bring peace with you. She smiles more when you are here.
His voice is low, full of sincerity. I met his gaze and see both gratitude and release. My heart feels full.
It is a privilege to sit with you both. You show me what love looks like when worlds far away.
Emotion stirs quietly inside me. I hold it as a prayer. Throughout the visit, there were many moments of silence shared between the LZCP and me. Each time the quiet returns, I felt the familiar impulse to speak. Yet something within me knew to stay still. Those silences became holy ground, where words would have only disturbed what God is already doing. In those pauses, I breathed slowly, offering silent prayer that felt as real as touch. The stillness itself became love in motion, a quiet blessing flowing between us. At one point, I noticed CP has fallen into a light sleep, his body finally allowing rest while still seated beside LZ. The air felt tender and full of presence. The room felt lighter. Her breathing settles into a soft rhythm. CP rests peacefully in his chair. I remain beside them, no longer a visitor, but a companion. Okay, thank you. Which one should I'll just do analysis of the person and situation, and I will do evaluating my involvement and spiritual assessment, and see. I don't think I want to do that. Let me just go to my involvement. Throughout the visit, I was mindful to pace the encounter in ways that honored LZ agency and physical limits. In T1 to T2, I waited for her consent before moving closer or making contact, ensuring that she remained in control of the interaction. Allowing her to guide the pace allowing her to guide the pace and content lowered pressure and build trust. My tone and timing reflected the agency-centered approach where presence itself became the primary intervention. I also drew strength from reflective listening and quiet containment. In T7 to T11, I mirrored Elsie's meaning without reframing her experience or introducing new theological interpretation. This reflective presence helped maintain her dignity and allowed the room to settle into calm awareness. Silence and breath became active tools of care, and shared stillness in T6 to T10 functioned as prayer, regulation, and companionship. This moment of quiet communion expressed more than any words could. System awareness guided my attention to CP's emotional fatigue and Elsie's concern for him. T3 to T4. In T3 to T4, I noticed CP's exhaustion and anxiety, but intentionally kept Elsie at the center of the spiritual focus. When she expressed guilt for his burden in T8, I acknowledged both their experience without losing balance or direction. Maintaining this focus required attentiveness to the couple system as a living unit while still prioritizing the identified care recipients. My growing urge include becoming increasingly comfortable with silence and learning to trust it as sacred. With growing age and experience, I'm discovering that not every pastoral encounter needs verbal or articulated prayer to be complete. Silence itself can hold a depth of communion with God when hearts are attuned and presence is genuine. In T8, I felt a familiar pull to offer reassurance or theological meaning, yet I chose restraint, allowing silence to speak for itself. That moment reminded me that ministry is not always about words, but about presence that listen and breathe with another. This awareness continues to shape how I hold my own hope with care. I'm learning to enter each visit with less urgency to comfort through speech and more trust that God is already present in the quiet. In future encounters, I want to keep practicing this posture, letting silence, breath, and presence become prayer. I will continue to balance the couple's care by offering CP a brief follow-up check-in after Elsie's rest, while keeping her time centered on her. These practices reflect an ongoing movement towards deeper maturity in spiritual care, where love is expressed by listening, restraint, and peace rather than words alone. Spiritual assessment. Elsie presents with an undiagnosed chronic illness accompanied by symptoms of depression and emotional fatigue. Her spiritual life is currently expressed more through presence, trust, and nonverbal connection than through spoken prayer or formal religious language. The prolonged uncertainty of her condition has made silence both a refuge and a form of spiritual expression. In T5, T6, her statement about losing connection to the Psalms and no longer being able to pray reflects spiritual exhaustion intertwined with emotional dependence and physical depletion. Clinically, this indicates a diminished capacity for traditional religious coping, but preserved openness to relational and contemplative forms of spirituality. T6 to T7, Elsie reaching for my hand and maintaining eye contact demonstrated residual spiritual vitality. She seeks connection through embodied presence rather than cognitive articulation. Safety and trust increase with consent-based touch, grounded tone, and shared breathing, all of which lower anxiety and support regulation. Fear and despair diminish when she senses stability and calm nearby, particularly when both CP and I remain attuned and unhurried. Her primary spiritual struggle includes a felt absence of God and guilt over burdening CP. This reflects a theological crisis of meaning and self-worth consistent with long-term illness and dependency. At the same time, her capacity to voice these concerns and to receive care without resistance demonstrates spiritual resilience and adaptive faith. She remains oriented towards relationship with CP, with God, and with those who accompany her in suffering. From a clinical perspective, appropriate spiritual intervention for LZ at this stage are minimal stimulation, trauma-informed approach, silence, shared breath, gentle touch by consent, and short blessings offered softly and without pressure. Verbal prayer should remain optimal and initiated only at her request. Theologically, things should remain minimal. Anyway, theologically, Elsie's faith now resides less in spoken confession and more in the quiet assurance that she is not alone. The shared stillness among Elsie, CP, and me serve as mutual prayer and presence, a form of communion that sustains both spiritual and emotional connection. These assessments demonstrate the importance of discerning nonverbal indicators of spiritual health, distinguishing spiritual fatigue from faith loss, and tailoring pastoral intervention to a person's current emotional and physical capacity. It reflects a growing clinical competency in integrating spiritual, emotional, and relational dynamics into a cohesive care plan that honors both agency and sacred presence. I did share this verbatim, so I don't feel the need to read the theological. Future plan, that one. In future visit, I will continue to create the same calm, grounded environment that fosters safety and sacred presence. I will maintain my seat beside Elsie's bed. She actually asked me to always sit near her, allowing for eye-level connection and shared presence without intrusion. At the start of each visit, I will wait for her cues and, if invited, offer hand-holding by consent as a familiar sign of continuity and trust. Informed by the previous spiritual care assessment, I will prioritize agency and pacing through simple two-choice questions. For example, will you like to breathe together or rest quietly? Will you prefer a few words or silence? These questions keep control with Elsie and reinforce her dignity. I will also invite her to name one small achievable goal each visit, such as taking 3 slow breaths before sipping water, nurture a sense of participation and gradual progress without pressure. Recognizing CP's ongoing care fatigue, I plan to offer, with Elsie's consent, a brief follow-up phone check-in to support his emotional and spiritual resilience. This honors the family system without shifting focus away from Elsie's primary care. I will document each visit with clinical precision, attending to tone, pacing, and emotional shifts and theological themes rather than outcome. In supervision, I will bring a reflection on how silence, pacing, and embodied presence function as both clinical tools and theological practice in trauma-informed care. This future intention reflects my growing maturity in spiritual assessment and chaplaincy practice, learning to integrate observation, discerning, and presence so that silence becomes a healing language of faith, compassion, and shared endurance. Thank you for this long reading. And I really apologize. I thought that I abbreviated everything. I didn't. I'll clean it. And Donna, if you want, I'll clean there and do all the abbreviation. I thought I did, but anyway. Can I stop sharing?
You can stop sharing and you don't have to redo it. I understand you realize
Oh, okay.
how it needs to be.
Okay, thank you. I can stop
Cool.
sharing, right? Stop sharing.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, group, did you want to refer to any particular lines as you give feedback, conversation, insights?
Yes, for me, yes. Use the intervention, pastor,
Okay,
the pastoral visit.
Mm-hmm.
the
¿Sabe qué?
dialogue.
Yeah, the dialogue. Yeah, of course.
You'd like to see that on the screen again.
Yes,
Oh, you
because
want me to? Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, please.
Okay, let me get it back. Okay. Which part do you want me to? The pastoral language?
Yeah, the pastoral visit, the dialogue.
Oh, the dialogue.
Yes.
Okay. Which one?
The three, actually, the T3 and T4.
Mm-hmm.
Just a couple of them because
T3.
right there, 3T and 3-4. Okay, first, thank you for sharing that, for sharing that, for being that to us, because I can still learning from you, from everybody. I'm just curious about T3 because I've been seeing that you assume for them the way they felt. Like in CP and T3 and the last sensei, I keep thinking I should be doing more. you answer his questions. And
Which
you
one?
may, and CP, you know the last part when he or she say,
Right.
I keep thinking I should be doing more.
Okay.
Okay, you answer her question or his question. You say, you have already done so much. Maybe you can go more deeper and let him explain what that means to him, doing more.
Okay. Mhm.
See, because you answered, you have already done so much without
Yeah.
letting him explain what that means to him. Or you see is right, but what means to him? And the T4 also, when say CP, when he say, I am afraid that if I close my eyes, something might happen. And you answer, love like that carries a cost.
Mhm.
It's the same, the same pattern. What made him afraid when he closed his eyes? What is he afraid? What could happen to
Yeah.
make
Like
him afraid?
tell me more about it. Right.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah. And that way you can go more deeper and
Yeah.
see what the answer is it and see what his worries are. I just been curious about that.
You're absolutely right. And even love like that carries a cost. I thought about it. I said, okay, should I have said that or no? You know. Um, yeah. But Donna had said, bring the verbatim as imperfect as they are, bring it.
Oh
So
yeah, of
I see
course.
those moments.
I do the same.
That particular moment, I didn't want to take it out of the verbatim. I wanted it because I thought about it. I said, okay, it might be true that it carries love is costly. True love is costly, but in that moment, I don't think it was the. I don't think he needed to hear that. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, because sometimes I just say I don't need it to hear that, but sometimes it's good for them to express that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I learned the more they spoke, the more free they can be. And
Mhm.
sometimes when we say
Yeah, that's
the way
true.
we feel,
Hmm.
it's that kind of freedom.
Hmm. Hmm. That's true.
Yeah,
You're
this
absolutely right.
that's all I can say in those points.
Mm. Thank you, Alfredo.
And you will.
If I may, I might come at this from a position of disagreement with what you're speaking about. Again, with my orienting system of bodies and spaces and balance.
Mhm.
And I just want to say that I think this scene is actually very, very beautiful because you took a space that felt confining to two people in a way, and you expanded it, you opened it, and by the end, both of them were conked out,
Mhm.
which tells you they felt safe enough and weary enough and done enough to fall asleep in your presence. I mean, really, if we think about it, how many people could sit in a room with us and we would just boom, doze right off with them there? That is a very rare thing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, never I felt like sleep. I was the one sitting there with eyes open, you know.
Yeah, and I think it's so beautiful because the way you've done this is not only did you create that space, but you calibrated it. So in this exact scenario that you just dialogued about, both of you, people, I've seen it in their bodies. Tension goes up, and then it's like it's brought back into balance and up and down. We all have rhythms. And when we get into a space with other people's whose body have different rhythms, that impacts our rhythms in a way. So your rhythm slowing down could make mine speed up, or it could make mine slow down too.
Mhm.
And I've seen bodies in front of me where this is the thing. Like there's so much pain, there's nothing to do to address the pain. You just have to understand the rhythm of the body enough to help recalibrate it. And here you use words. I think of just some physical techniques. There's one, some people say it's a science, some people not, but where you just put your hand on a part of the body and try to understand the rhythm of what's happening in that body. So how the blood is moving, how the breath is coming into the body, if something's blocked or not blocked. And you can take it, you can put your hands right over the top of someone's ankles, like the front of the ankles, or you can do it on the wrists, or you can do it right up around the head and just breathe with them with a really light pressure. And there's kind of this invisible sense of back and forth.
Mhm.
And it just is one of those ways that actually came to mind as you were talking about this, that you don't need words to connect two bodies' rhythms. One person does have to be intentional and they have to be willing to receive a rhythm and accommodate it in their own body. But there's peace to be given. And the touch one is a really, really helpful way to do that. But actually being in a space also impacts that.
Mhm.
And I see you doing both things here with touching her hand. And even as he touched her hand, he
Mhm.
rested his hand on your hand to touch his hand. So if you think about rhythms coming into sync, there's literally 3 physical points,
Oh, yeah.
rhythm contact there,
Mhm.
the shared rhythm. And just having done what I did for a long time, that does change a thing.
Mm.
So I might just say, I see you in here as calibrating some different rhythms in some different ways. And I think it's very beautiful. It actually made me want to weep in the middle of listening to you read because sometimes we just need that and it's not a thing you can describe.
Mhm. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
It's beautiful. This is a beautiful scenario. I really,
Mhm.
really am very glad you shared it with me.
Thank
Not
you.
for the things I can learn from it, but just to get this little glimpse into to you and this moment in this life and this weariness.
Mm. Thank you, Kate. I appreciate that. Let me stop sharing. Mhm.
I want to offer feedback. I I'm I'm intrigued by your statement later when you're summarizing and you wrote her primary spiritual struggles include a felt absence of God, which she said,
Mm-hmm.
and guilt overburdening CP, which she
Mm-hmm.
said. And then you write, the appropriate spiritual interventions are trauma-informed, minimal stimulation, silence, shared breath, gentle touch by consent, short blessings without pressure. I want to encourage you that as you move into your next unit, your interventions are informed by your assessment. And so you would
Okay.
really, and not just trauma informed,
Right.
because I don't know how you're addressing her felt absence of God or her guilt over CP in any of those things, but they are very trauma informed.
You mean the future plan?
It was in the spiritual assessment. It
Okay,
was in
spiritual
number
assessment.
6.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So just as you're continuing, this is for everyone. When you make that spiritual assessment, your intervention is addressing the assessment. And in
Right.
spiritual assessment, then you say, and this is how my intervention worked. So you wouldn't want to say, well, her need is, I shouldn't say you wouldn't want to say. So here you identify the, and I'm using your language, felt absence of God, guilt over burdening CP, my intervention, these trauma-informed care actions, and the result, they sleep. Was my intervention successful? Was my goal to have them sleep? That might have been the goal, but does the spiritual assessment suggest here's the intervention? They need a nap.
Oh, it has to stay.
They want to
This is the outcome.
yes.
That this spiritual assessment, this is what is the outcome of it.
Mhm.
Is that what you're saying? So
That's what I'm saying.
okay.
So how do I know? I mean, I don't know. What do I do?
There's difference between quantitative and qualitative.
And that's the shift that you're growing into.
Mhm.
So how do I know? Well, there are some spiritual assessments that concretely tell you what the intervention should be. I
Mhm.
think I'm going to introduce that one to you all.
That's good.
But I would also offer, when she says, I don't know, I'll just take this one. TA, Casper never rests. He
Mhm.
worries all the time. I feel guilty for that. I wouldn't, I wonder why you have to fix that. You both carry this together as opposed to explore that. Can you say more? Even though I know you think you know exactly what she means by
Mhm.
feeling guilty.
Mhm.
I wonder what it would be like
What? Say more.
to just say more about feeling guilty. Or even, it's got to be difficult,
Mhm.
as sick as you are, to be feeling guilty too.
Mhm.
And just stop. But you're fixing. You both carry this together, so she'll feel better. But nothing in your assessment said, my assessment is she needs a fixer, therefore I fix. So there's a disconnect.
I cannot have that assessment.
That's right. You cannot.
Nobody can have assessment, and she needs
Not
a.
at this unit. You could at level 1, but you
Oh,
can't
in level one?
now. You
Oh, no,
cannot
I
at level
can't.
2.
No, I cannot even have that.
So you could go throughout your entire dialogue with her.
Mm-hmm.
I think God has forgotten me.
Mm-hmm. Tell me more. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So I want to invite you to talk to us about what was happening with you. I could not read that verbatim, without thinking about your first verbatim.
Mhm.
I could not imagine being in that room without thinking about you in the room with your friend who died
Mhm.
and whose husband behaved
Mhm.
opposite.
Yeah.
I could not help but read that and think about your mother
Mhm.
and how she did not know that kind of tender love and care.
Mhm.
And all that stuff you were describing, I felt you wanted that for your mom.
Yes,
That's just me. I want to
I
hear what.
did. That is yeah, yeah. And it's I've felt that for a long time now since I go to them. Because as you rightly say, okay, that was in I think unit 1. I had a care recipient who died. It was chaos, very, very big chaos in the family. There was absence of the husband there, he was never there. This trauma all around. This woman died lonely, alone, lonely. So Lizzie, on the contrary, my mom too, she never had any tender loving, the kind of tender loving care you would think a husband would give like us. So, I mean, it is, and every time, even when I write this verbatim, I feel sick in my heart. I feel sad in my heart. I feel how I wish every woman will have a man quit his job, very highly paying job, and live on disability and the little he's saving, his high paying job to take care of their wife. Refuses to get someone to come to take care of her and so he can continue. That kind of presence, and yeah, it is visceral in me. That is a kind of the absence of, I never had a father like that. I never did either. Um, yeah, yeah.
You beautifully describe love. And I feel like it's a safe space.
Mm-hmm.
Say you would wish that for your friend,
Yes.
not as space to say you would wish it for your mother.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is it
Yeah.
safe enough to say you would wish it for you?
For me, if I do, I'll wish it for me. I'll wish it. That is what every you just wish for anyone to see. It's really what you call self-giving, sacrificial love. And yeah, a man sits on the table, he will just go. Then eyes are open because he's afraid that if he sleeps too deep, something might happen. You know, that's love. That is driving all of that. And as I even speak, I feel that wave of sadness in me to think about that. And the trauma that my friend Patience, the children carry now, she had the 3 boys, they're all traumatized. Yeah, because of the absence of that kind of love at all.
So when you ask yourself, oh, it's so obvious now. When Alfredo pointed out, hey, I could just say more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or think about what Kay pointed out about all the dynamics,
Mm-hmm.
and understand you were leading out of your own need and awareness. I'm not saying you did harm. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not clearly it was helpful, right? In many ways. But I also want you to realize we joke, you can't stop thinking to stop interpreting, to say more. I want you to hear some of why you couldn't stop interpreting in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
It was so much about you. So you're not hard-headed.
I'm not what?
You're not hard-headed. You're not hard-hearted. You're not stiff-necked.
No.
You're all in it.
Mhm.
So much so, you can't ask, say more, because you're so deeply in it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes absolute sense. Yeah.
All right. Kate, what's happening? I'm looking at your face. What's going on?
I think I understand. I understand what you're saying in the points where she spoke a thing that was inside of her. But I just really think, Alice in particular, you should maybe hold that in conversation with how excellently you did silence and presence and physical contact in this. So I think it was maybe two parts of a whole, and surely all of us can improve. But
Mhm.
that one part, just from
Mhm.
where I sit, really well done in so many ways.
Mhm. Thank you. Yeah.
How are you feeling, Alice?
That verbatim is over. And that is over. Verbatim number 4, yay, finally. Then I'll do 4 more and I'm done. Never to write verbatim again.
4 plus 1.
I want
Donna
you to
reminded
hear.
Alfredo there's one yet to come.
Yes, I thought that this one my last one, and I enjoy it, and then I just
I just
came.
ruined it.
There's one more.
I
There's
want
one
to
more.
acknowledge, Alice. I asked you how you feel. And you went this to the past, and then you jump to the future.
Because that's how I feel.
There's
Relief.
no feeling in there. You just went back.
I am relief is over.
Oh, there's a feeling. You feel relief. So something I also want you to hear, even though I think that there are many, many pastoral parts in this visit. Many, 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 many. There was also some strong presence in this verbatim. I said video, verbatim. And that's why I said I wanted you to hear you're not being resistant, you're not being difficult, you're all in it. And so give yourself that grace of why can't I just say more? I know how to say more because you're all in it. And I just so hear the fullness of it, similar to what Kate said. So I'm glad you're feeling relieved.
Yeah.
And I also appreciate you bringing this verbatim and not changing the language. And to hear you say, I said that, he didn't need to hear that.
Mhm. No, that part about the cost. Yeah. The cost of love. Yeah. He didn't need to. It was not necessary. Yeah.
How does that feel to say that?
Well, it feels for me, I don't have a problem in retrospect. We all do retrospective. You do it and you come back, so wait a minute, this was not necessary. That's why it's good to do, and that's the one thing I like about verbatim, because it gives you an opportunity to do a retrospective of what you did. Right? So you go through and look at now and articulate and say, wait a minute, I did this right. I could do better in this. This I don't need to do, right? So that's what it is. And the moment we are not doing that, we are doing a disservice to ourselves, because you will never know. This is what I did right, and I'm proud of myself. No one can take that away from me, not even you, Donna. And
Oh, what a low blow. Alice, thank you for telling me what you think about it and then for teaching us
this
and for
what
taking a shot at me. I appreciate all that.
this is what I
I'm
need to
curious about how
improve.
you feel. How do you feel?
But that's when, you created, see, Nizzy can come in now, Alice, because we've created a relationship. I would say that. I can say that to you now because of three units of being with you beyond 3 unit personal relationship. So I can tell you, this is what I did. I'm proud of it. Even you, my instructor, you can't take that away from me. Jesus said it.
Very
He
good.
has chosen the good part,
Proud
and
of you.
nobody can take it from
I'll take that. I feel proud. Alfredo, this is why I cannot sit on your board certification committee. This is why I can't be there. Thank you. I appreciate that you're able to name that you feel proud. And I'm
I
glad that you
do.
feel
I
proud.
do. I do receive I love it when you pushed and give me those comments. But there are certain part of it that I'm proud of myself, and I keep it to
Good.
me. I said, this is what I know I did right, and that one I want to hold on to it. I can do better in this, and then to next time I will, because again, those conversations will tell me more. You don't even need to,
Right.
right? How do you feel about saying this? It is something
Right.
improve that language, fine.
Right.
But for me to have an entire verbatim or visits where I didn't articulate prayer, that for me is huge. For me to have an entire verbatim where you really listen to somebody's breath, the silence, the importance of it, the sacredness of it, that for me is something I'm so proud I came out of that. I even came outside in my car and said, wow, girl, that was good. I left there with this woman. I softly took my hand. She was sleeping when I left. I looked at her face. Her beautiful face was sleeping. I said, this is peace. Those kind of things, I will get those comments, but there are certain things I hold to myself that no one can take away from me. That, then I learn what I need to learn, make improvement for better. So otherwise, you would just, if you don't have that to preserve certain things, then you just, do this better, do this better. Then you tend to feel that sense of, when am I going to do it, to the point where I don't hear that critique all the time. So there are certain things you have to hold it to yourself. I mean, it's good to hold certain things to yourself and not be ashamed to say, no, this is something valuable I accomplished. Well done, girl.
Good. I'm glad you're able to do that.
Mhm.
And um, I really want you to hear how difficult it would have been to ask, say more in
Mhm.
that scenario, all that was in that room.
Right.
So I would add,
Mhm.
it is awesome
Mhm.
what you were able to do when
Mhm.
you think about all that was in that room.
Right.
That is huge. And that self-awareness is
Mhm.
beautiful. So I'm so glad. I want to take nothing from you. I am going to take the dagger you stuck in my heart out. Um, and
No, it cannot even get to
I,
your heart because
it
it
is.
comes from a good
It
place.
just Alfredo just sat back like, oh my, look at her. She just took her out with one, well, poof. But so thank you. I thank you.
Comes from a good place, so it won't go anywhere
Uh,
anyway.
a sharp knife from good place is the same as sharp knife from bad place. They're all sharp and they hurt. Thank you. Thank you for your verbatim.
Not to
Thank
be
you.
serious all the time, right?
Thank you.
Sometimes
Yes, you're right. Thank
not
you.
be
Thank you.
serious all the time,
And thank you for all the feedback. It very rich, very good. Excellent choice to end on, Alice. Excellent choice to end on, Kate. Excellent choice to end on, Alfredo, in terms of the depth of work in each of your verbatims. So very well done. I'm grateful for where we journeyed. I will miss you over the next 2 weeks. I did share with Alfredo and Kate, well, Alfredo and Audrey, that I will be in East Africa for those 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
I will.
Where?
And Alfredo um, was glad to hear that because he's like, this schedule stinks. So I took his knife out and put a Band-Aid on it early this morning. So I'm much better. But he was right in what his comment reminded me that, wow, I should let you guys know where I'm going. And I've been planning this for the last 2 years. And again, as you've heard me say, I didn't think I was going to be teaching this unit, so I thought I was fine. But then when that changed, I just worked to try to make things work because I'm going.
Can I know where you are going?
I'm going to 2 safaris, one in Kenya and one in Tanzania.
Oh,
And then I'm
wow.
going to spend a little time with a family there on their day of worship. I don't know if I'm
Oh,
going to
wow.
stay in their home or how that part's going to work, but I'm hoping to stay in their home.
Oh,
And then
fantastic.
go to them with worship, which is why I thought it was funny when you said they're going to tell me to sit down when I get up and start talking about God. But in my own
Don't tell them.
no,
Don't
in
tell
my
them the
own
metaphor
orienting
for God.
in my own orienting system, when you said that, I said internally, "Ooh, the devil is a liar." That's what I said. But we're gonna have a good time. I'm gonna worship with them.
It'll be fantastic. Wow, I'm happy for you.
So that's why we have the adjustment, but I hope it's fruitful. Just a reminder, the weekly reflection can be simply the reflection on the movies. You don't have to do that plus a weekly reflection.
Mm.
Do send your outcomes. Do send your what do you call that time thing? What's that? Your hours. Do send that to me. And if there is anything where you need immediate feedback, please reach out to Joseph and say, "Hey, this is the situation, and what do you want me to do?" Don't try to reach out to me.
That's true. I'm so happy for you, honestly.
I
I hope it's restful also and relaxing.
I was telling somebody I packed 3 books and I've reduced it to 1. I'm just going to take 1. So I think it'll be great. So I am grateful for you. I hope the movies are fruitful, and I look to see you when I get back.
Okay. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you. It's been a good night and a good journey. Kate, you okay?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, I hope you have the most wonderful time.
Thank you. I thought you was going to say something theological.
No, no knives, no theology, just well wishes.
See, I was all nervous. What's Kate going to say? I know Alfredo's got my back, so I don't have to ask him anything. Have a good night. I will see you guys when I get back. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.